Hello and welcome to the third day of the SSL Gold Cup Final Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Yesterday we saw light winds and big sea state, which made for some chaotic sail drops and hoists. The winners of yesterday's races were in Fleet 1, Tahiti, in Fleet 2, Chile, in Fleet 3, Ukraine, and in Fleet 4, Lithuania. As it stands right now, after 2 races, the overall ranking is Tahiti for Fleet number 1 with 7 points. In Fleet number 2, Chile with 8 points. In Fleet number 3, Antigua with 7 points. And in Fleet number 4, South Africa with 7 points. The forecast for today, we should be seeing light winds around 7 knots, probably some nice sea state, 1.5 to 2 meter waves. But that's enough from us here on the dock. Let's go back to the studio and get to the live action. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back at the studio. Before we get out onto the water, let's take a quick look at the match board for today. Today we will be starting out with Fleet number 3. We have Bermuda. We then have Ukraine, Antigua, Barbuda. And also we have I have a blank right now.
Ukraine.
Malaysia. We have Malaysia. Thank you. We have Malaysia, which will be out on the water. So the boats are going out on the water right now, and we should be seeing some racing very shortly. I was told that there is wind on the race course, and so we are gently getting ready for this first race of the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the national anthems of the teams that will be sailing here in Fleet 3 for the first race of the day.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Hello everybody and welcome for this third day of racing. Today here with me co-commentating is Thomas Penrodick, sailing for Team Bermuda. He is not going to be out on the water today and has decided, and thank you very much for coming in here and co-commentating with me this first race. You'll be able to see your team sailing out there from the comfort of the studio. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started and we go out onto the water, let's take a look at the team lineup. Here we go. Here's the team comparison. We'll start on the top left with Team Bermuda. Thomas's team right there, the Privateers, SSL ranked number 49. Total weight on that boat, 720 kilos. The captain of Team Bermuda is number 10, Ruckle Evans. And to the right of that, we have Malaysia, the Monsoons. SSL ranked number 47. And weighing in this morning at 727 kilos. The captain of the team is number 10, Megat Daniel. On the bottom left of your screen is Team Ukraine, Haidamaki. SSL ranked number 34, team weight 707 kilos. The captain of Team Ukraine is Ihor Matvienko. And bottom right, Team Antigua and Barbuda, the Rum Runners. SSL ranked number 64, weighing in at 725 kilos. Captain of the team, Shannon Falcone. And we see that some of the teams, we do have a little bit of difference between the weights on the different teams. And that might have an effect on us today. Let's take a look at the provisional overall as it stands currently before race 3 that we're about to have right now. In first place for this fleet, we have Antigua and Barbuda with 7 points, followed by Ukraine with 6 points, Malaysia 5, and Bermuda 2. And right now, let's take a look at the course right here. As you see, we have the starting line down at the bottom. Boats will zigzag their way up the race course around Mark 1 and that dogleg, then back down through the gates. They can choose either one of those gates, zigzag back up to the weather mark and the offset mark, and then back down through the finish. Now, we could see changes in that race course as depending on whether the wind increases or decreases. We could see another mark that is being set up, but we'll explain all that to you once we get out onto the water. Right now, we are 3 minutes before the start, as we see right here. And soon enough, don't worry, we'll get to the onboard pictures. But right now, let's take a look at what's happening out here. We see that Malaysia at the right-hand side of the screen is the furthest upwind. They still have 3 minutes to get back to the other side, to the correct side of the starting line. Right now, they're probably taking their time and looking at what's happening out on the water, probably making sure that they can see where the wind should be.
Wind's coming from.
And I mean, you were out there on the water, Thomas, yesterday. Can you take us through a little bit of what is a pre-race? What are the things you do in pre-race? Right here, 2 minutes and 30 seconds before the start.
So everything from checking your sort of trim, both tacks going upwind. So just having a look at the controls on the boat. Everything from that jib angle and where that trim is on the sails, depending on how tight you want the jib cars to be, whether you want them forward, back. Then obviously you're going to be looking at pinning the start line, having a look to see where the start line, so basically the start line should be fairly square, but if there's sort of a wind shift and one side is more favored, one side of the starting line may be higher up than the other side, which then means one side of the starting line will give yourself an advantage. So these are all the things the team is looking for to see is where can they get the best start. It might be the right hand side might be a little bit more favored, so we might be looking to start more at the boat end of the line, so the committee boat end of the line, compared to at the pin end.
Yeah, right. So as you're explaining, not only do you have to make sure that your boat is dialed in and that you have the correct settings on port and on starboard, as you were saying with the jib trucks. Here we go. We just heard the horn for the minute. So we are in the last minute before the start, and we see that the boats are slowing down right here. We are on board with Team Antigua and Barbuda, and if we listen in, we can hear about the timing that they're trying to give. You see the two umpires back there. Those two umpires with their striped white and black shirts are very close. This is a very delicate moment. Oh, we see there's a lot of action going on inside those boats. We're going to be listening in a little bit on the start. This is Team Malaysia right here. Getting some speed, 20 seconds before the start. They are very, very close to the race committee, so they will have boats underneath them. And that's the start right there. As we can see on the race committee, we're looking to see if nope, it's a clean start, so everything's all good. Looks like we have one boat that has not been able to make it off the line, and Antigua Barbuda, they are very, very slow. Are they having an issue? It looks like they are just stopped and are not able to get the boat moving forward. This is terrible for them. They won the first race. They were second yesterday. They are our leaders here in this group. Oh, this is going to change things around here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to change things around. Antigua is not having a clean start, just puts you behind the race. The start is about 90% of the race.
This is good news for Bermuda. Bermuda yesterday, they were getting a little bit harassed by Antigua Barbuda. We saw them really sailing very close to one another, and so they they might get a break right here. You were talking to me, Thomas, this morning, telling me with these two last places that you've gotten in race 1 and race 2, it is critical that if you want to be able to move forward and get qualified, that you win this race today.
Yeah, we were saying, yeah, definitely we need a race win, so that's what hopefully the team is going to pull off today, and the start already seems promising, as the start is 90% of the race, but it's going to be a shifty upwind beat, looking for pressure over those waves. Like we said the last couple of days, the sea state is big out there, and viewing the pressure is quite difficult, so it's all about seeing where that pressure is coming from and staying in the pressure, so the boat speed will become fast.
Yeah, we see Antigua Barbuda had to tack off to the right-hand side of the race course. Obviously, they were in the wind shadows of the 3-boat in front, so they had no choice. They had to go to the right. It looks like everybody now, including right here, we see Team Bermuda has now tacked. Everybody is on a port tack. And so here we go. We're starting to see some of those tacks being put in as they make their way up this first flag of race number 3. Very interesting that we see all teams now have decided to come back to the right. So perhaps they're seeing something that we're not seeing. They are going to be looking for having as much wind as they can. Here you see Team Bermuda not hiking out. It's not because they're lazy or they don't want to. It's just because they don't need to. They don't have that much wind out there.
That heel of the boat angle, depending on how much heel is the boat, depending on how much you want to hike out. And the weight is going to be critical for each team to maintain a fairly flat boat. As we can see there, Team Ukraine hiking out.
It looks like they've managed to get themselves a little bit more speed, or what I'm guessing is they're in a little bit more pressure, and that's why we saw all the teams hiking out. I am guessing that if we start looking at the onboards now, we will be seeing more and more teams out hiking as they get off to that pressure on the right hand side. Now, speaking of the race course, we have a 1 nautical mile race course. That would be 1.852 kilometers of windward of distance between the starting line and the windward the windward buoy. And the course is currently set up at 020. So we're seeing the wind a little bit more left than yesterday. Yesterday we were sailing a course of 050 with a little bit more wind, but we've seen that regularly every morning. It seems like it's just the first races are a little bit lighter, and so therefore really interesting to see as the day progresses. We should be seeing a little bit more wind, and perhaps the wind shifting slightly to the right. Well, that's what we've been seeing these last 2 days. We'll see if that's the case. I'm quite happy to see that the sea state does not look nearly as bad as it has been. Now, it's not because it's not shaking on the camera that we don't have any waves out there, but we were seeing 2 to 3 meter waves on the last day. Today should be more of a 1.5 to 2 meter waves, with quite a long period between each wave. So here we go. Bermuda is taking the lead right now. That's your team, Thomas. They're out in front.
Yeah.
They've got 106 meters in front of Malaysia, which is good news for them. Antigua Barbuda down back 236 meters on this first leg. Here we go. Antigua Barbuda putting in a tack.
Nice tack,
clean tack right there.
The maneuvers in this light wind are going to make all the difference. 1, 2, 3 clean tacks getting you into the pressure will make the difference between progressing you closer to the front of the fleet.
Yeah, we just saw right there, as you saw, we heard 3, 2, 1, and everybody moving forward. We had the grinder get a little bit stuck there with the grinding pedestal, didn't manage to go around, and that's really important for these sailors to be able to get that pump like we were seeing sometimes yesterday. Obviously, in these light conditions, every little bit helps. If these guys can get out there and make sure they get that pump to speed their boat up once they get once they finish their tack. We saw yesterday, and it would be interesting if we now go to the 3D live shot, we can really see that boats coming out of attack really slow down, and there we go. If you look at that yellow line behind Ukraine as well as Malaysia, that you see that the dots come closer together as they exit out of each tack, and that's just normal. The boat's moving through the water at a certain point. The boat is head to wind, so it's no longer being pulled forward by the sails, and the boat slows down. So they need to bear away and get that speed back up, and that pumping maneuver.
So so not so much the pumping, but sort of the sheeting on too much after the tack. You want to sheet on, but if you pull the sheet in too tight before the boat has bared away a little bit just to accelerate, then you end up pinching the boat, or not pinching the boat, stalling the boat out, and then as a result the boat comes very slow. So it's basically very important for the trimmer to make sure that he constantly adjusts that trim so that the boat keeps powering forward.
Yeah, exactly. We want power. Really important, getting that boat to go forward. We need Bermuda, like we said earlier. They really need them to get in the first place, right?
We absolutely need them to win this race. I said it's absolutely critical. I said I think the team is feeling enormous pressure, and it'd be great to see them pull this race win off. Yeah,
definitely. This is leg 1 of 4. We are in the first Windward beat up to the Windward mark right now, and so, like we said, all these last couple races that we've seen, the start being so important. It's a drag race, getting those boats to really move fast. Here we go, Team Malaysia. As you see, they're not hiking either. So it looks like, oh, what a great picture right there. Very
Super
nice.
picture.
Those boats just look so good going through the water with their gold wrap right there. Let's take a look here. Oh, nice.
Nice tack.
Clean tack. Are we going to see a pump? Are we going to see them pumping?
So we can see the number 6, the jib trimmer. He is very much looking at his sails to make sure he's getting the most efficientness out of the sails as much as possible. If that sail is too tight, you end up choking the sail, depending on what the speed is. That being said, if there's a bit of increase in wind, then you can sort of sheet on just a little bit, and you can make a little bit more gain from that, which will in turn make the boat go faster.
Like we were saying, coming out of attack, a boat is slower, and when the boat is slower, you don't want those sails to be completely taut. We need the boat to accelerate again. And we saw, it's really interesting to look at those little dots that you see following the boat. As soon as they come together, then we see that the boat is slowing down, and then generally we'll see them bear away. So for you guys that are sailors that are out there, make sure that as you get out of attack, make sure you don't tighten your sails up too quickly. Make sure you sort of bear away and get that speed back up. Here we go. Let's take a look here at Team Ukraine. So you see that. Look at the bottom left of your screen. You see that's the jib, and in a little bit they will probably end up by trimming. Here we go, the trimmer on the windward side. There you go. He's trimming that last bit. So we see right here that very important. Get that boat to come back up. Oh, it looks like they've had to bear away, or perhaps they're getting a little bit of a header right there.
Yeah, they've just gone behind a boat.
Is that would be
like
Team Bermuda. So that's why they had to bear away real quick, duck behind Bermuda.
Because Ukraine is on port and Bermuda is on starboard. Starboard, as we said, has the right of way. We need to make sure any port boat
There's
gives
a great
way.
example right there, where we see that Ukraine ducked just behind Bermuda. You see Bermuda is the right-of-way boat. The right-of-way boat does not move. If both boats start trying to avoid one another, then that's when you get collisions. So very important that Ukraine, or rather that Bermuda, keeps their course. And it looks as though we're seeing Bermuda right now putting in attack, going back off to the right-hand side. We are now 520 meters away from that windward buoy. So it's looking like there is something coming out on the right-hand side. Another crossing is coming now for Team Ukraine, which just ducked behind these guys, Team Bermuda. So we've got Ukraine on a port tack. They're about to cross Malaysia. Looks as though Malaysia is not going to have any issue. We'll be able to pass cleanly in front of Ukraine. Obviously, Malaysia having the right of way, they don't need to move. But it's a good indication for us to see how much distance they are behind Malaysia right now. We see that Malaysia currently 74 meters behind Team Bermuda.
And the boats can use that in order to judge how far, if they've made some gains by coming back. It then means they're sailing what we call conservative, and they're not taking too big of a risk, especially with the wind shifts out on the race course.
Very interesting. We see here that Team Ukraine is very concentrated on telling when are they going to tack. If we look at the 3D images, we see here that Malaysia looks like they're a little bit below the ley line. Now perhaps that might not be the case in reality. If it is, that means Malaysia is at least going to have to put in another 2 tacks. And it seems that that is the case, as we see Bermuda, who kept on going and is only putting in a tack right now. It looks like Bermuda is now a ley line onto the weather mark, and Ukraine has just tacked in the background. It looks as though Ukraine is also on a ley line. And it seems as though there's a big shift right here, big shift to the left.
It looks like they're going to make the weather mark still.
Looks good.
Looks good. As they come round the weather mark, it'll be a true test to see which team gets their spinnaker up, gets the jib down, and gets that boat moving downwind. It's going to be super critical.
Now this is it, Bermuda. This is the first time they're in the lead right now. There we go. They're easing the sheet on the jib. They've got the short sheet hooked up. We're gonna see there is who is that? Who's number 5 right there?
That's Rory Brown.
Rory Brown, who's going to take the sheet off of the winch in any moment now. There he goes, and he's going to put on the spinnaker sheet. Let's listen in.
There goes the hoist. Those grinders are grinding the coffee maker. Spinnaker's going up. Can it get up quickly? Let's have a look.
And it looks like it's a good hoist right there. And a pretty good drop as well. So playing it safe on Team Bermuda. Currently with, they have 42 seconds ahead of the second place team Malaysia, which is right here.
Let's see if Malaysia can pull off a clean hoist. These hoists and hoists are critical for the team to get right.
looks like. There we go. It's a clean hoist. It looks like a clean hoist. We weren't able to see exactly what was going on in the latter moments of when they were just hoisting. But definitely there's a lot of tension on that boat. You can tell. I don't speak their national language, but you could tell just by looking at the way they were before they put up that spinnaker. And let's see here. Team Ukraine looks like a clean hoist and a clean drop. Team Ukraine, it's a clean boat. Not much talking going on this boat.
Everyone's full concentration. We can see there the Antiguans. They are looking to find out where they can overtake the boat in front and get ahead and try and get into the next place above.
Very interesting to see that Antigua Barbuda has now managed to get back into third place, as they had a less than ideal start. For some reason, they were not able to pick that speed up and to get back up. It looks like it. We see here Antigua Barbuda going past Malaysia, but it's just a little bit of a lag on the tracker with Team Malaysia. That is not the case right now. Malaysia still in second place. There we go. Really, everybody forward. Nobody is left in the back other than the skipper, of course, but everybody's forward. Look at how Shannon is all the way forward. He's got his main sheet in his hand, and he's really sitting all the way in front. He's sitting in the pit. And so we can see right there trying to pick the back of the boat out of the water. Difficult sailing conditions. This looks a lot more like lake sailing that we're used to seeing with lighter wind conditions. These boats are still cruising through the water, and by that I mean probably 4 to 5 knots.
Yeah, 4 to 5 knots. Not very fast, but they're definitely still moving out there. Like I said, every little knot of boat speed counts to try and get ahead of the next competitor.
Now remember, there may not be much wind out on the race course for the time being, but it's the same conditions for everybody. So perhaps they would prefer to sail in a little bit heavier airs, but that's not the case. The wind gods, Aeol has decided that these were going to be the conditions for today. Neptune has decided that a little bit less waves today, so maybe we'll see less people getting sick on board, as we were seeing that in the first couple days. Obviously, everybody has got to have their sea legs, put their sea legs on. And I can guarantee you it's the same thing for, I know, the race committee bobbing around in there.
Bobbing around in the boat, the boat moving up and down, and sort of
very difficult
testing conditions out there for them.
Exactly. And for these athletes, having to deal with, well, sun and salty water, and sea states moving around. Big concentration. Obviously, those grinders right there. I can tell you the BPMs on their heart rate right there are completely skyrocketing after they do every single one of these moves. And as you see, the boats are not very wide. They're quite long, but they're not very wide, and there's a lot of work to do and a lot of teamwork. Here we go. We're on board here with Team Malaysia. We have some very, very interesting news coming from Malaysia. We know that a lot of people are watching from over there, so we'd like to say hi to everybody from Malaysia, and thanks for joining us. Obviously, sailing here during the day, it's tough to be able to see it live on the other side of the world. And here we go with the 3D images.
We can see Antigua Barbuda doing everything they can to try and get into second place, try and get ahead towards Malaysia, trying to minimize that distance lost. As we can see from the tracker, there is nothing in it between Malaysia and Bermuda. All it's going to take is a nice clean drop at the leeward mark, and that really is the difference to the boats sailing around the course. Is these maneuvers, like you said, Jan, they haven't been training. There's been no training taking part in these boats, so it's all about that team that can make the least amount of mistakes, especially at that leeward mark.
That's right, Thomas. All these teams, there are no organized practices. So the teams are coming here on these boats and having to work together. And we've seen some teams that have to not only get used to the sea state and to the wind, etc., but they're sailing on a totally new boat, and perhaps some of them are used to sailing on bigger boats, but those are probably boats with 4 or 5 people. They're currently on these boats, they can be up to 10 people on the boats. Now, why are some 10? And for example, on Team Bermuda right here, there are a little bit less. I believe you guys are 9 on board.
We're 9 on board.
And why is that? Well, it's a question of weight. There is a weight restriction, and you can't be above a certain weight. Team Malaysia, the guys are a little bit smaller on that team. They weigh less. They can have 1 person more. But the boats are limited to 10 people. That's the legal limit of the amount of people that are allowed to sail on that boat at once. That's why it's up to 10 people. And then obviously that weight issue is a really big question, especially
in these lighter winds where the weight is the one thing that they can adjust. Is you want to try and be as light as possible, put the lightest crew, especially for the lighter wind, on board, and then when it's a little bit windier, maybe switch and put some of the heavier crew on board.
So you would think that you would want to have the lightest boat possible, right?
Yeah.
But in sailing, that's not the case. As a matter of fact, the more weight you have, the better the boat will perform and handle. So it all depends on how it goes. For example, on a lighter day like today, perhaps that Malaysia will want to keep that weight up so that they can move around more weight. They can be more dynamic with the boat. On the other hand, they could decide to sail with 1 person less. They could decide to sail with 9 people. But all that in order to effectively have less weight on the boat. That's not a problem. They can have less weight. They just can't have more weight.
Exactly.
And
it might also come down to the skill level of the sailor on board.
Of course, because if you're used to sailing with 10 people and now you change to 9, well then all of a sudden you've lost 1 guy that you're used to having. So could that create more confusion? Would it be better to have a 10th person a little bit more weight, but not have that confusion on board? So these are the sort of questions the teams are asking themselves before they go out. And everyone has their own strategy. Everyone has also different knowledge and capabilities. Here we go on board right now with Team Bermuda. We see here that they are putting on the retrieval line. They're about to take the spinnaker down. Looks as though we are going for a windward drop.
Windward drop.
There we go. You see, it's a windward drop. The spinnaker is gone. The forestay, and they brought it back down on the port side, which is the usual side at which they bring it down, keeping their speed up. It looks as though mainsail and jib are just nice and easy being taken in. It looks smooth. Smooth is fast.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very nice drop. Oh, I can hear the beeping of the horn on. And there's a spinnaker.
There's a spinnaker disaster.
Oh no!
Malaysia. Oh no!
Malaysia,
They've got the spinnaker in the water.
As long as it doesn't go under the boat. is if it goes underneath the boat, that's just going to stop them in their tracks. It looks like they've lost quite a bit of speed, and they're finally pulling in that spinnaker right now. So already Malaysia here in their second place just barely saved it. It looks like everything's okay for the time being, but ooh, that was scary.
A close one. Like we said, a spinnaker in the water today will slow you down quite a load of boats distance, and that'll enable the teams behind Antigua Barbuda exactly what they wanted to try and get ahead of Malaysia.
And here we are on board Antigua Barbuda. We see Shannon right there. What he's trying to do is make the battens pop, because sometimes the battens in these light winds, they will get stuck perhaps right there. In order to make those battens switch over, need to take a little bit of Cunningham. It's that right hand rope right there that you see where it says Vang to the right of that. That's the Cunningham. That generally helps. So we'll see what they're doing now. They've got to stay concentrated. They're getting close to the buoy. Looks like that batten is not wanting to get to the other side. Well, that might not be such an issue. They're about to jibe anyways. But let's take a look. Are we going to see a Kiwi drop here at the leeward buoy? Let's take a look at what's going to happen. I think they're going to go around the right hand buoy.
Be interesting to see what they do here, if they're going to go for the split to try and get ahead and take a risk. Let's listen.
There we go. It looks like yes, Kiwi drop or not. Spinnaker's going in. What a good drop. Nope, just a normal drop right there. And they're taking the left-hand side, so we will be seeing a split here. Antigua Barbuda looks like they're having issues getting that boat to keep moving forward. And as we were saying earlier with Team Bermuda, you probably heard those little trumpet sounds, that horn going off. Well, that's race committee down at the gate. You can still hear it there in the background. Race committee telling the crews that we have a change in course. And seeing the wind conditions, I wouldn't be surprised if we had to see a course shortened. Let me go take a look real quick on the race info here. It seems that we effectively will have what they call a Charlie minus. So Charlie minus at 0.75 nautical miles. We have lost a quarter of a nautical mile in the distance. The goal for all races is to be around 45 minutes of race time. It looks as though there is an enormous left shift going on right now on the race course. Antigua Barbuda saw that, and they are going off to the left-hand side, is strategically placing themselves in order to take the greatest advantage of that wind shift. As the wind dies down, it gets a little puffy, and it gets a little we get puffs, and
it's all about looking for that pressure. The teams out there, it's all about which team can see that pressure out on the water first and get into that pressure.
If you take a look at the top left of your screen, these are the projected results currently, the overall standings as it stands right now. Antigua Barbuda is in the lead with 9 points. Malaysia with 8 points, Ukraine with 7, and Bermuda with 6. So currently, if this were to be the last race, Antigua Barbuda and Malaysia would be qualified to the next round. Ukraine and Bermuda would be out, but that is not the case. Today is not the last day of sailing. The last day of sailing will be tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a very special day. All points will count double. So there is an opportunity for the teams in the back, like Ukraine and Bermuda, currently, as it stands right now, being kicked out, to be able to come back should they have a great race tomorrow. Now, we'll let you guys get the calculators out and try to figure out whether it's going to be your team is going to pass or not.
We can see a jury flag's been whistled there. We just heard a whistle.
Looks like a green flag, I believe. I see a green flag in the back right now. I'm looking at the jury boats right there in the back. Let's see what's happening.
Malaysia staying very focused.
Trying to listen in and see if we hear anything going on. It doesn't look as though there was a penalty. I believe I saw a green flag. And a green flag, just to remind you, what does a green flag mean? Well, there are different possibilities, different options. One of the options is that there was a protest. For example, let's say Bermuda puts in a protest, or Malaysia puts in a protest. Well, they could put up a green flag. The jury puts up the green flag and says, no, there are no rules that have been broken. That's one option. It could also happen that, very rare, but it can happen, that the race committee does not see the action, and so therefore they're not able to give a penalty. Now that's more rare, but because we have, on top of it, we have several boats.
Yeah.
So that's what the greens flag mean. Then we also have red flags, and the red flags are penalties. And now you can get penalties for all sorts of reasons. You can also, now something which is particular to the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series is that you get points taken off. If you sail in a manner which is dangerous, where you can cause damage to the boat or damage to people,
then those points will be deducted.
Taken off. And that, you saw how many points are in it. After 3 races, we're looking at 8 points for Bermuda right now, which is in the lead. That would be detrimental to lose even 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that was detrimental to Peru on the first race of this series on day 1, where they broke
their backstay. Yeah, their backstay broke on their boat, and they were not able to finish the race. And terrible. You don't finish the race, you get 0 points.
Yeah.
So they're battling with that right now. Mentally, it's tough for them. I was speaking with them yesterday and again this morning. They were very happy yesterday. They managed to put a 2nd place in, so they're back, getting back up into the leaderboard. But it's going to be a tough week for some of these teams, just because of 1 point.
Yeah.
So it's really important right here that no mistakes are made. Everybody sails fairly, and no matter how frustrating it is to not be able to do a maneuver, you really need to keep a cool, calm head about
this out there. And we can see on board on the Malaysians here, everyone's eyes are focused on their role. It's very quiet, sort of everyone's focusing on their own role. Tactician at the back there is looking, okay, where can we make the gain on Bermuda? Bermuda, on the other hand, is looking, right, how can we extend out? So everyone is focusing, and everyone is just trying to make these boats sail as fast as possible.
Yeah, we're going to be coming up here to the weather mark, and up at the weather mark, because we have had a change. We have a change, and so therefore the buoy has changed colors as well. It's an orange buoy, and that makes it a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. So we've got a change in mark, as we said. That will mean that they'll be going around that, as opposed to the yellow mark, which basically will mean the distance is short. Is that pink mark? Pink mark indicates that you're shortening the distance on the race course. As we see here, Bermuda's going for the hoist. Is it going to be a clean hoist? Let's see. That spinnaker's going up, and that jib is coming down. It looks good from Bermuda, and they are sailing downwind on the second downwind run, just trying to be as clean as possible. Behind them, the Malaysians doing all they can to catch. It looks like a clean hoist from them as well. Jib is coming down, and they are behind, just trying to make any gains they possibly can on Bermuda. We can see here from the timing of mark number 3, 10 seconds. There is nothing in this. This is all about speed, downwind, and focusing and keeping sure the boat is moving as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, we have a race on our hands here. 10 seconds between Bermuda and Malaysia. Malaysia breathing down the neck of Bermuda. We said it before, Bermuda has to win this race. It is crucial for them in the point standing. For the time being, Bermuda is out in front so far. They have, for the last 2 races, they were in last place. They need to have themselves out in front.
Yeah. Like I said, it's crucial that they win this race, and as we can see, just speed-wise, doing everything we can. Let's listen on board Team Bermuda.
Where's the mark? A little light here, Summers? I'm trying to sail low, so okay, it's fine.
So as you can hear there, they're trying to sail low, which means they're trying to go for a more of a load mode down to the mark, which will get them closer to the mark, but they do end up sailing a little bit slower.
Yeah, very interesting to see them sail that really low mode and have that, pretty much they have their boom in the middle of the boat. And that's in order to be able to keep that spinnaker inflated. So spinnaker very open, being used almost as a symmetrical spinnaker, and that's why that mainsail is all the way in, so that it doesn't cast any wind shadow on the spinnaker, and they can keep that spinnaker as full as possible. So it's a good technique in order to go very, very low. If they go low, then they're pretty much putting themselves between Malaysia and the leeward mark, or shall we say right now, the finishing line.
Yeah, as we can see, that low mode is paying differential on the 3D animation. We can see the distance increasing, but obviously it's not over yet, because it's all about, can they read the pressure and can they sail in pressure. Malaysia is looking for anything pressure wise to try and make sure, see if they can get ahead or sort of get closer and close that gap. And
some interesting news about Malaysia right now, this is first news for everybody. So this is some hot news I'm about to tell you right now. In 2025, the SSL should be going and participating in what we call the Southeast Asian Games, the SEA Games. So it looks like right now we will be over there. Very exciting, as we have all those nations, Malaysia, everybody is doing a lot of sailing down there. It's a really big deal, and just like the World Cup in football, this is the World Cup in sailing, and we will be having these Southeast Asian Games, where we will be having Asian Games, and then later on we will have European, South American, Africa, and all of these, in order to bring the teams together so that we can have the SSL Gold Cup in another 4 years. And so big news So hello to everybody down in Malaysia. We will be coming soon. Don't you worry. So there it is, big news. The SEA Games, the SSL Gold Cup will be going to the SEA Games in 2025. Now let's go back here and take a look at the last two teams here. We do have a big fight between these. Oh, look at this.
We've got Ukraine battling to try and get the distance down and try and get in line with Antigua Barbuda. Antigua Barbuda is trying desperately to keep their lead over Ukraine. So we've got a bit of a two-boat battle out on the race course between Antigua Barbuda and Ukraine, and then obviously in the front are leaders Bermuda with Malaysia. So it's very action-packed here on the race course, as we can see from.
It is action-packed, but it is a sort of a snail's race right now, a little bit. I mean, when I see Ukraine back there, I almost want to whisper. Because they look so concentrated on that boat. It just really seems as though any little move that they're going to make on that boat could potentially slow it down. Let's hope it speeds it up, but you know, it could slow it down. So here we go, Malaysia putting in a jibe. This is going to be really important, especially because not much wind. It looks like the boat right in front, it looks like Bermuda has jibed in front of Malaysia. Malaysia is following behind. Very light wind conditions. As long as they're moving forward, I believe that the race committee will keep this race going on.
So as we can see, 438 meters to go until the finish line. We'll see there is not much in this, 67 meters between first and second. As we can see, it's going to be a drag race to keep them in second because Bermuda desperately needs this race win.
Absolutely, and look at the time at the bottom right hand side of your screen. We're 42 minutes into this race. We have a target time of 45 minutes. Obviously we could go much longer if needed. It can go up to 90 minutes according to the racing sailing instructions, but I would have to take my hat off to the race committee as they shortened the course, anticipating for that drop in wind. We are a minute and a half away from their target time. They are less than 250 meters from arriving at the finishing line. Bermuda possibly coming in with their first race win here after 3 races, 200 meters to go. Let's look at what's happening. Oh, the concentration on that boat right now.
Yeah, we can see the skipper, Summers, Camp, and number 8. The concentration on his face, just keeping the boat steering downwind with the trimmer.
Looks like they've touched a little bit of pressure right there. You can see the boat is heeling. They're managing to get back up, so now they have touched a little bit of wind. This is really good. They're going to be pulling out in front of Malaysia. Difficult for Malaysia in this position as they're following Bermuda to be able to overtake them. It is possible that they make it without having to do another jibe. Bermuda right now just a couple meters away, and there it is. Bermuda gets in their first win.
There it is, guys. First win for Bermuda. Race victory. This is what they needed.
That's right, look at that. Woo, everybody happy on that boat. That was a tough race right now. And
dropping the spinnaker. Let's see if they can get a clean drop.
And there goes Malaysia. Malaysia has just come across the line. About 15 seconds behind. Oh, there we go. 18 seconds behind Bermuda. What a close race. Congratulations, Malaysia. That was a great sail. Really putting the pressure on Bermuda, and Bermuda can be relieved. Finally putting some points on the board.
Putting some points on the leaderboard.
Very good. So here we go. The show must go on, ladies and gentlemen. We will see here Team Bermuda. We will probably have the short team coming up on their boats, making sure everything is okay before they switch boats. And the next team comes on. We still have 2 boats that are racing. So we'll get back there. They're about 200 meters away from the line right now.
We might see a league change between Ukraine and Antigua-Barbuda. There is nothing in it, 20 meters. This is going to be close.
This is going to be close. Antigua right now has the advantage. They're a little bit lower. If they want to luff, they can luff and pick up some speed. And they are the right-of-way boat. They are the lured boat. Looks right now, even though it looks like Ukraine perhaps might be out in front, there is a possibility, and more than likely, Antigua-Barbuda will be able to play that advantage and get in front of Ukraine. But as you can see, there's not much in it.
The gap is being closed.
13 meters between the 2 boats. There it is on the left-hand side of your screen, right behind. Whose shorts those are, I don't know, but we can see Ukraine just back there. There it is, Antigua-Barbuda. Oh, Ukraine has managed to pull out in front. Unbelievable. They've managed to pull out in front and get in front and get that 3rd place. Very, very good move. Holding the boom. There it goes. Oh, what a good last-minute move. Congratulations. Good job. Wow, that was unexpected. I thought that Antigua and Barbuda were going to be able to luff them and just go
come
down
up a little bit higher.
That's
and then
right.
Get a bit more speed.
Yeah.
But no, Ukraine has managed to get a 3rd place, which is great to see.
That's very good. Antigua-Barbuda right there, very disappointed. Their worst race results so far. They had a 1st place, 2nd place, and now a 4th. So pretty difficult. Here we go. Look at the change here. We see Bermuda getting off and the Czech Republic coming back onto their boat. As we see the short team right there right there, look, they're dressed in blue and white, so they are responsible for the boats. You know, it's their baby. These guys, they've been taking care of these boats for now months. They've come out here weeks in advance preparing these boats, and great to see the short team here. And the boats are absolutely impeccable. Let me remind everybody, all these boats are exactly identical. So,
and we can see that from the ropes on the boat. Every single rope is identical to each boat, so it makes it therefore exactly the same. So it's sailor versus sailor team.
Exactly, identical. We're really looking at the sailors, not the boats. However, let's take a look at the race results here on your screen. Bermuda, as we said, taking home the win. 4 points, finally putting some points up there on the leaderboard with a great race. Target time 45 minutes. Unbelievable. Good job, guys. 44 minutes and 46 seconds. The 2nd place, we had Malaysia just following really close behind with at 18 seconds behind with 3 points on the leaderboard that they're putting. Followed by Ukraine. Ukraine just barely getting down in front of Antigua and Barbuda, them putting in only 1 point.
I know, it's incredible to see that Ukraine managed to just get ahead of Antigua-Barbuda. But as we know, anything's possible
all the way to the last moment.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. So there are some big changes between our first place team, Antigua-Barbuda, having a great first. They're still in first place, having 4 points on the first one, 4, 3, and 1. So they got to do something to start gaining points and not losing them. Bermuda, 4th place. They're doing exactly the opposite. They're 2 last place and now they're winning, so they're coming back up. Ukraine and Malaysia are more or less pretty much stable in what they've been doing. They've been going back and forth between first, second, and third. Malaysia still hasn't won yet anything here on this board. We see everybody else has won one race at least. Very, very tight. We have 8 points for the top 3 guys. Bermuda with 6. So at this point right now in this fleet number 3, it looks like things are really, really tight.
There's definitely a league change, and hopefully for race 4 we can see them battling it out.
All right, guys, just getting some information here. We are going to go right now to the question box. So I think you guys will enjoy this. It'll be an opportunity for you guys to be able to see what some of these sailors are doing. So we're gonna go take a look at the sailors box, and then off to commercials, and we'll have a little break.
What is in your team emblem? Could you explain it? So in our emblem, it's just like a little pirate guy. We had a lot of history of pirateers on the island. Is it stressful to be the captain of SSL Team Bermuda? Yes, definitely. I would say it's stressful. Something very new to me, but I'm up for the challenge, and I love challenges. It's been a quite interesting journey so far, but I'm happy to continue to get the team in a proper, stable position for future SSL competitions and regattas. Where is your favorite venue for sailing in the world? I think my favorite venue for sailing is Palma, Mallorca. It's just a good venue, good weather each time I was there, and the locals were very opening and welcoming, and also good cycling. So I did a lot of cycling before and after sailing each day. Say 5 different nuts in 5 seconds. Berlin, reef nut, trucker's bend. Apart from sailing, what is your favorite sport? At the moment, I would probably say cycling. I really love cycling. What's my best sailing memory? My best sailing memory is representing Bermuda in the World Sailing Championship in Aarhus. It was the first Olympic qualifier. It was like a dream come true to represent my country at Olympic qualifier in Aarhus, Denmark. Tell us 3 different advantages of living in Bermuda. Definitely living in the Bermuda Triangle. Everyone thinks you're special and things go missing. Another good advantage living in Bermuda is probably the weather. We have pretty good weather all year round. We could sail in shorts and a t-shirt 12 months out of the year. Another one is the beaches. We have very beautiful beaches with pink beach sand. Who was the most unexpected person you have sailed with? This is a good story, actually. Once we got to the top mark and we started to sail back Downwind into Hamilton Harbour, and it was blowing like 20 knots, and this guy had little to no experience, I found out once we were sailing. So I was like completely bad-mouthing him, constantly yelling at him to do stuff right, and just kicking and hammering the boat with my hands, just completely frustrated because we were in a good position, good result, and we were just sailing backwards downwind. And then I would get back to the yacht club, and my coach, my Optimist coach, comes up to me, and he was like, "So how was the deputy governor on your boat?" I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know it was a deputy governor." And I literally spent a good 30 minutes like just giving it to him, bare mouth with him, telling him how bad he was as a sailor and how he was doing everything completely wrong. But after that experience, we actually became pretty good friends after. So wherever I was on the island, I would bump into the deputy governor, and I had like a really good chat with him. And then I invited him back on the boat to sail and actually gave him some lessons. Which music makes your day? What really makes my day is probably some good like old school reggae, maybe some Bob Marley, or maybe some more upbeat reggae like Vibes Cartel. Name 3 athletes not in sailing in 5 seconds. Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Checo Perez, and where would you like to time travel back to the past or to a future, and why? I would really love to travel back in time to see how they built those pyramids. Like, it fascinates me pretty much when I start to think about them. Like, how did they actually build them? I'd like to travel back in those days and figure it out. Bye-bye.
All right, we're back here in the studio, and as you see next to me, we have Jacob right here from the Czech Republic. We'll be speaking with you in just a little bit. But the changes have been made out on the water. We are about to go out racing. Before we do so, let's take a look at the team national anthems.
Hlavně už to... No, a pak mi říct, že to Ondíra Busová.
And we're back from the national anthems. Boats are, the orange flag has gone up. We will soon be in the starting procedure. Before we get out onto the water, let's take a look at the team comparisons. On the top left hand of your screen, we have Jacob's team, which is standing right here next to me. The Czech Republic, they call themselves the Czechs. They are SSL ranked number 30, and total weight on that boat this morning is 723 kilograms. Team captain on this team is Andre Tepley. To the right-hand side of that is Lithuania, the Ambers. They are SSL ranked number 37, team weight 714 kilos, and captain of the team, Rakas Milovičius. He's number 9. On the bottom left-hand side of your screen is South Africa. They call themselves the Ubuntu. SSL ranked number 40, team weight 719 kilos, and captain of that team is number 9, Ian Ainsley. Bottom right-hand side of your screen is Oman, Lions of the Sea, SSL ranked number 66, team weight at 711 kilos. So all these teams are very close in weight. And right now, let's go take a look at the provisional overall for this team after 2 races. South Africa is on top of the leaderboard with 7 points, followed by Lithuania, Czech Republic, and Oman. So quite close for the top 2 teams, quite close for the bottom 2 teams. Let's see what's going to happen here in race number 3. And we are 3 minutes and 50 seconds away from the start of race number 3. Let's take a look at the race course. We go off with a start zigzag all the way up to the weather mark, up and around the dog leg, the offset buoy, down through the 2 gates, back up around the weather mark and the offset buoy, zigzag all the way back down to the finishing line. And that will depend, that race course could be changed if we have, for example, a course that is tightened. Here we go. We're looking at it again, just in case you missed it for the first time. We're going back up. There we go. Mark number 3, second downwind, and off down to the finishing line. So that is our race course for today. As I said, we could have a change in distance depending on what the wind is doing. We have a target time of 45 minutes. And we are 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from the starting line here on board with SSL Team Czech Republic. And in the studio next to me is our young sailor, Jacob Dobry. And he is on Team Czech, but he's with me today. How are you?
Hello.
Jacob?
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. And so here we go. Here's your team. Maybe you can help me understand what they're saying.
So they are currently trying to get the best position on the starting line. It's very important, as was with the previous race. This is no different. They are currently 2 minutes till start. They are trying to get around which boats are going right next to it. And you see on the graphics there is Oman and Lithuania, so they are very close. They are trying to keep track what's happening around them, keeping track in the starting line and trying to get the best position on start as they are able to.
Do you think, or have you heard of team tactics for the start?
Oh, of course I did, but I cannot really say that.
You can't tell us. Oh, come on, they're about to start anyways.
Well, they are definitely going to have difficult decisions to make, but they are still approaching the starting line, and maybe you can see the tactics on the graphics. If you take a closer look, they are very, very close to Lithuania and Oman, so maybe you can guess their tactics.
Right, okay, I see where you're going with this. So it seems as though what you're trying to tell me is they have certain teams, they already know the provisional point standing on that boat, and so therefore they know they have to be in front of certain teams. And it looks as though definitely they're worried about Lithuania or Oman, and it looks also as though they want to get a start at the race committee side of the line. Right now, here's Oman. There's a race committee boat right in front of Oman. So Oman is trying to get a good start at race committee. Here comes South Africa, luffing everybody, closing the door. This could potentially be disaster for Oman if they have to go around. Yesterday they got pushed out and they weren't able to get a start. Oman is the very top boat right there. Looks like they're trying to squeeze in, and there's the start. Looks like South Africa has gotten a good start. They've got some speed. So speed and distance for South Africa looks good. For the Czech Republic, it looks pretty good as well. Oman looks to be very, very, very slow. Looks like Lithuania is faster than Oman and has now pushed Oman off to the right-hand side. So once again, not a very good start for Oman, getting squeezed out. They got squeezed out yesterday and again today. So Oman now having to go off to the right-hand side. Looks like the Czech Republic also as well. No, sorry, Lithuania going off to the right-hand side. So the best starts are definitely a Republic of South Africa and the Czech Republic, managing to have some good boat speed off the line. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the starting drag race right here. It's a question of going fast and getting out in front. Looking like a little bit of a left-hand shift as I see the boats lining up.
It was super close start compared to yesterday's where the boat get along each other. This time very close starting. You can see on the left top they are 40 meters to the first, so very close racing. The group seems to be split into two parts. One is going left, one is going right, and there will be at some point in the future point where those both meet, and that point will be crucial to the overall standings in this race.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see race tactics we were talking about earlier, perhaps with Lithuania and Oman, the Czech Republic right there. Well, everything has changed right now. The Czech Republic got a great start, decided to go off to the left-hand side, and so now they're sailing with the Republic of South Africa. Here we go, we're on board with Oman, and I think that's Iti, who was here yesterday. There she is on the boat again today. There she is on the bottom right hand side of your corner. Ibtisam, very concentrated, bringing her weight forward. And they're managing to just squeeze out Lithuania. Lithuania having a difficult time, having to really get close to the wind. It looks as though Lithuania is having a hard time keeping their spot. And are they going to get bounced back to the left-hand side?
Yeah, Oman seems today like they really need to tech after the starting line. And right now their speed seems to be very good. And they are going on it strong. Right now showing on a second place. That is very good for them, and it will be very crucial after the first Windward mark.
Here we go, tack, sorry, for Team Oman. Looks like a good tack. Are we? Oh, that was a pretty good pump to get out of there. It looked like they hesitated a little bit. There they are, Lithuania having to cut beneath Oman. That was a port starboard situation. Absolutely no issue there. Lithuania being a good sport, going right underneath there. Well, they sort of have to. That's the rules. So we have another split now between Lithuania, who's keeping on going to the right-hand side, and Oman, who's decided to come back to the center.
You could see that this decision to do the tag in front of was very difficult because in this low wind and the boat loses the speed very quickly, and making the tag correctly is very crucial, and they did that, and that made them back to the position they are currently and in front of Lithuania, which is super good for them.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that was a very nice tack, and they even managed to get that little pump out of it, which is always nice to see from the onboard cameras. And also really interesting is we'll show you guys sometimes, when you could see on the tracker on the 3D, and you could see the little dots following the boat, you could tell how the boat is acting, and whether it's losing speed, gaining speed in and out of these tacks. You see still having light wind conditions, but the boats have absolutely no problem. They're still cruising through that. Obviously a little bit slower than we've seen the last couple days, but that's fine. And every once in a while they'll hit a patch with a little bit more pressure, so it looks like a little bit easier sailing conditions in terms of the sea state that we've seen these last couple days. We're seeing everybody sort of on the inside of their boat. And here we go, we're on with your team, the Czech Republic.
Yeah, you could see on the cameras they try to be very close to the boat, no movement, quiet as much as it possibly.
Well, we have an ambiance here. Let me tell you, we have a marching band passing right next to us behind.
They definitely
right
not
now.
having that on the boat right now.
No, there's no
there is
music
a
out on
quiet,
the boat.
He's quiet, but right now here, very much different. But that will be maybe after racing, but definitely not now. Now it's very focused on what's going on the water.
That's right. It is very focused, and don't hesitate. You know your team members. Go ahead and shout their names out there and make sure people know who's sailing out on those boats. And it's really important, Jacob, because as you know, the SSL is really trying to put the sailors forward. And yes, the boats are nice. Yes, the boats look good, etc., etc. But what's really important is that every single boat is exactly the same. And what interests us is to see who is the best sailors as a nation. And that's really what's important. So if everybody has exactly the same boat, we're not going to be talking about the boat anymore. We're talking about the people on board. And speaking of the people on board, standing up there, back there, one of the legends of South Africa, Mr. Ian Ainsley right there, having been several times to the Olympic Games. He has been also to the America's Cup. I believe that was his best result. He was in 7th place at the America's Cup. So lots of knowledge from that man right there and his team. And look at that. He's out in front. So definitely some knowledgeable people on these boats, and really interesting to see what they're doing. Everybody has the same sailing conditions. Right here in front of you is number 10. This is captain of Team Oman, Nasser Al-Mashari. He's a real big, strong dude. This guy has got a lot of power. It's great to see him as a trimming position. He is the trimmer on I think he's sort of a floater positioning on that boat. So he's kind of helping out left and right. He decided to give the helm away, which is an admirable thing to do when you are team captain, to give the helm. We're seeing a lot of team captains that are not necessarily at the helm, which is an interesting decision by some of them. It all depends, I guess, on who you're sailing with and the experience that you have on board. So very close racing right here. On our first leg, we have the Republic of South Africa and the Czech Republic. No, I'm sorry. That is Oman, right? We are on board with, and I believe it is. Is that the Czech Republic? Is that your team back there?
Yeah, that's the team back there. It seems like kind of difficult. Oman did a take in front, which means that the wind they are getting is actually bad. So because of that, they are trying to go away, so doing attack again, and then trying to escape that slightly lower, lighter wind that goes behind of the Oman boat.
Look at that. Look at the track of a Republic of South Africa right there. It looks like a big right-hand shift. And so we should probably be seeing Oman and Team Lithuania putting in attack at any moment now. A really good lift for Africa, Team Africa right there, South Africa right there. And looks like they've got some pressure. Look at that. We're seeing sneakers again. We're only seeing the soles of the sneakers right now, so that's good. That means that they're putting their weight out there, keeping that boat flat and bringing up this a little bit of speed. This is race number 2 of the day, and there we go. As we've been seeing all the other days, the wind has been has been going up on the after the first race, and now Team Republic South Africa, 330 some odd meters lead over everybody, getting that right hand shift. They really took advantage of that, just dropping the opposition.
Oh yeah, those conditions are super difficult to see the wind on the water. If you look on the water, you probably see just a blue. But those sailors, they are super experienced, and they can see those small wind gusts happening on the water, and they are going for them because that's what makes the boat go fast.
Yeah, so what Jacob is talking about is what they're trying to look for are little waves between the waves. Yep, that's right, little waves between the waves. What a great explanation. Basically, you can imagine that if you have wind which is touching water, it's creating waves. And that's how waves are created in the ocean, because of wind. Wind creates waves. So what they're looking for are little waves that are indicating what the wind is going on.
Oh, that was shown on the camera currently. Nice tag where the whole crew tried to get the boat up to speed in those waves and the wind. You can see currently the main sail trimmer. He's working hard. It's Tomáš Vika. He's doing his best to keep the boat up to speed. Back at the steering, you can see Ondrej Teplý. He's the team captain, and he's doing as much as he can. He's sailing the laser class, and these waves should be easy for him. So
well, we do have a lot of laser sailors, as a matter of fact. Interesting to see also the way they steer the boat. The laser sailors, they have a tendency to be pretty aggressive because the laser boat is very small. What they now call the Ilka series. So those boats are relatively small. Obviously, they sail by themselves. And oh, there we go. Look at that. We've got some photographers right here over on our left-hand side. We have two photographers that are with the SSL. Some of amazing pictures that they put in. And as a matter of fact, speaking of photographers and things like that, we have the social media. And social media is something that we're really trying to push and get a lot of information out on. So if you're not able to watch what's going on and you're stuck at the office and you can't see what's going on, don't worry. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and of course StarSailersLeague.com. Bottom right-hand side of your screen right there is a great way to get in contact with us. Don't forget, you're here on YouTube. If you guys have any questions, go ahead, write those questions down, and we'll see if we can answer some of those questions. Let's get back to the live action. 170 meters left until we get back to the Windward mark right here. Republic of South Africa with a nice, easy lead. And I suspect that we are going to see them just cruise around this Windward mark, have a nice little beam reach off to the offset, set their spinnakers, and off they go for the second leg. Now, in theory, that's how it should happen. Let's see what happens here. So, they've just gotten around the weather mark. They are now on a beam reach. As you see, they're getting a spinnaker out. Now, very important, that spinnaker pole that is out in front of the boat, what we call the bowsprit, if that goes up too quickly, that bar sticking out the front of the boat, and they don't actually put the spinnaker up, they could get a penalty, and that would mean doing a 360. But as suspected, they're out in front. There's no reason why they should be rushing. They're taking things easy and smooth, and that's fast. If you rush into a situation, we've seen it so many times before, especially in these last 2 days, with a little bit of anxiety because it's been the first races. Teams have had big problems in hoisting and taking down their spinnaker.
Yeah, you can see Lithuania right now taking their spinnaker up. They are trying hard. It doesn't look as smooth as it was for the South Africa, but it seems like it's a good hoist.
Yeah, that looks like a good hoist right there from Lithuania. It looked like the grinders are having a bit of a hard time right there, but that's just, you know, that can happen. It just depends on, you know, how the teammates are pulling on the halyard. Oh, and there we go. They just did a jibe right at the weather mark. So a good tactical decision going back on the right-hand side. So very interesting. Probably want to get back into that pressure.
It seems like so they've been going to the right to the, on the upwind, so it seems like they are trying to get there as well downwind. Let's see how it will make for them if they can get the Republic of South Africa.
Yeah, and so, you know, really interesting. Let's talk about that move right there. That was just a standard set and then a jibe. Not taking any chances. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the magic word. No, it was not a sambuca. We have not yet seen a sambuca. That was just simply a set and then a jibe. We will be looking back into that and coming in with the names of the maneuvers as the teams are doing that, but for the time being, we're not getting fancy. We're just trying to not make any mistakes, keep the lead, keep the boat rolling.
Exactly. It's especially important in these conditions to make everything slow but steady. Don't take any movements that could take the boat to shake or something else, because that can slow down.
Oh, and look here. Looks like Oman, who was behind the Czech Republic, has done a better job. Here we go, going straight into a jibe. Oman managed to take down their jib before the Czech Republic, which was out in front of them, and Oman has decided to go back to the right-hand side of the race course. So a set and jibe for Oman as well. We do have a split up at the top. Yeah, I can tell that the Republic of South Africa has jibed not too long ago. They are currently also on a port tack. Looks as though everybody but the Czech Republic is on a port tack for the time being. There we go. South Africa right there on a port tack. Staying in the middle. Staying right in the middle of the race course. Looks like they've got some pretty good pressure. Boat's moving well. Let's listen in. You heard it here. It's probably going to be a windward drop. Really interesting to listen. So I'm not talking right now, we're just listening in. If you're listening in, Ian is saying we are currently a little bit faster. Guys, take a look at the top left hand of your screen. Those are the projected results right now. Let's keep listening in. We're getting some good information here from Ian.
Another sit holding in 3. Wave on now. Wave on 3. Wave on now.
Very interesting to listen to them talk. I think they've taken the decisions. It's going to be a windward drop. They're going, Ian just told us they're going a little bit faster than the others, and really interesting. You hear the discussion between the grinder right there and the trimmer, which is on the leeward side there, number 6. Working every single wave. You can tell there, Ian working a little bit the boat, just ever so slightly, just working every single one of those waves. And that's how you do it, meter after meter after meter. 304 meters lead for the Republic of South Africa. That lead is constant over Team Lithuania. We have Oman, which is behind them, another 300 meters behind them. And the Czech Republic bringing up the rear, 814 meters behind. So this is I think the first time the Czech Republic has been in last place.
Well, it happened yesterday as well, but yeah, they are trying hard. It's very difficult in these conditions. You can see that the boats everyone is so still, and it's, as the Republic of South Africa said, what is happening? The Republic of South Africa said they are going faster, so seems like they found a way to go a little bit faster than others, and they are getting advantage of that.
Yeah, they're definitely taking advantage, as we saw, of every single little wave that there is going on. And yeah, so light conditions, as you see here on this onboard camera right there on Team Lithuania. Everybody is really low, as low as they can, and putting their weight as far forward and leeward, really trying to get the weight of the boat to the front, picking up the back of the boat and having less drag. So it's really important. Obviously, not only is it for drag, but it also has a direct correlation with how much you're going to be turning your rudder. There we go, Republic of South Africa just went down through the gate. We didn't see the drop, but it looks fine because they still have some speed. Good, smooth sailing.
Sometimes it just the spring gets fucked up.
So smooth right there. Everybody's just taking their time. They know what they've got to do. They're working on that sail trimmer right there, number 15. He's checking out the sails, or giving it back to the main trimmer. I'm guessing 15 is their second trimmer. And here goes, or not. It kind of depends. I mean, perhaps we'll have. Oh, nice pump right there. Getting some speed out of that tack. Looks like the speed is quite good. Now, just like I was saying, sometimes you have the main trimmer and you have your second trimmer. Depends on how things are set up on the boat. Sometimes we'll have one trimmer on port, another one will be on starboard, and each one keeps their side. Really depends on how it goes. Let's take a look right now. Team Lithuania. Jib goes up. Oh, retrieval line late on the that was late with the retrieval line, and that could be an issue of getting the spinnaker back on. But that looks like they just did a kiwi drop right there. So the advantage of that kiwi drop is that they'll jibe and keep the spinnaker on the port hand side of the boat, and it'll just drop right into the hatch. Unfortunately, that retrieval line was a little late going onto that winch, and it kind of looks like right now they've got an issue on that winch, on the Windward winch. Looks like there's a little bit of a knot, or is that an optical illusion? Probably, because he doesn't look like he's fixing it. So that was a close call.
Yeah,
that was a really close call, and there's no reason why it should be that close. I mean, the following boat is several hundred meters behind. Got to be careful for that. Obviously, they could afford that, but they're not going to be gaining any distance on the Republic of South Africa right now. So let's see here. This is your team.
Yeah, there is the Team Czech Republic.
What's number 5's name?
Number 5 is the.
All right.
Oh, it's Honza Daniek. He's the trimmer. He's currently making sure that everything is right with the spinnaker up. And
There we go now. You see, here we go now. They're ready.
Seems to be getting ready
with the drop line here on the left-hand side. There we go. They released the sheet. They're pulling on the Windward sheet. They need to get the clue around
it looks
the
like a good
forestay,
drop.
and it looks like it's already in. We didn't even see it.
Yeah, it was very quick.
Oh, that's great. If we can't see it, then it's great. Either that or it's wrapped around the front of the boat.
One of those.
No, it's definitely not, because they wouldn't be moving forward. Really clean drop. They have the pressure on them right now, but that was a very clean drop. They kept their speed, good speed.
And you can see the tactician with the number 7 in the front, Martin Trčka. He is trying to figure out how to go this upwind. They are in the 3rd position, which is lightly after the 2nd one, but they will try their best to get there, and they are figuring out what to do right now.
Yeah, interesting. Generally, we see the tactician. He's always standing behind the skipper and at the very back of the boat, but there he is. He's decided to come a little bit more forward, put his weight a little bit more forward.
Exactly. It's the weight, and also what can help you sometimes is that you can see the water and the other boats from a slightly different perspective, so you can try to see where to go a bit clearer. But in these conditions, the weight is also very crucial.
For sure, and we're really seeing that with some of these teams where they'll be to leeward. It looks like Oman here have a very, very flat boat. And those guys on Oman, I was talking with them yesterday, those guys are big guys.
Yeah.
They're big guys. There's a lot of power on that. Okay, very smooth. Now let's take a look. And release, there they go. They release the leeward jib spinnaker sheet, and there goes the spinnaker out in front of the forestay. And it's in. Good drop. Very nice drop. So probably the cleanest we've ever seen any of all 4 teams going out around those buoys. First time we've had absolutely no issues. As a matter of fact, some of them are going so well, so fast, we're not even seeing the spinnaker going in. So really interesting. Good to see. Just goes to show that in these conditions, these teams are absolutely on top of it, and it definitely helps to have a little bit of lighter conditions for everybody to feel at ease in order to be able to do these maneuvers. So we are on leg 3, and this is the 3rd race for this fleet number 4. Our leaders still Republic of South Africa with a healthy lead, close to 600 meters in front of the 2nd place boat, Lithuania, followed by the Czech Republic and then Oman. And here we go, we're looking in. We are at 29 minutes of racing. We are on the last Windward mark. And just taking a look here at some of the information I have, it seems as though negative Charlie. So there is no Charlie. That means there is no change. We have not changed the length of the course, nor have we changed the direction. The course has not shifted left or shifted right. So it seems like we have seen some shifts going left and right, so the wind is oscillating left and right, but it seems to oscillate sufficiently that the median, they don't have to change the setup of the course. They don't have to change the axis of the course.
And you can see that on a map the boats are really trying their best, and they are not they are trying to minimize their amount of tacks because there are not that many shifts. They are trying to not lose so much speed during attacks. That also makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure. It's really important that they keep those boats, as we said, going forward. Look here, though. Looks like we got a nice right-hand shift with Lithuania taking advantage of that right-hand shift. Remember, on the first Windward, it was the Republic of South Africa taking advantage of a big right-hand shift. Republic of South Africa went off to the left. Now it's Lithuania, which is on the right, and they're getting the shift. If we're looking, they're just catching up 5 meters at a time, 330 meters distance. We're back down to 320, 315, 310, 300 meters. Lithuania is catching up to Republic of South Africa. Take a look at that. 260 meters now, and that's dropping. Big right-hand shift for Lithuania. This is proving to be a difficult choice to have gone left for South Africa. 200 meters. We've gone from 600 meters distance between the Republic of South Africa to right now a tiny little 150 meters between the two of them. It's getting closer and closer. That right-hand shift right there with Lithuania. Lithuania, full on, everybody out. They have the right of way. This is South Africa on the left-hand side. Lithuania is about to pass out in front. Ladies and gentlemen, that's done. 600 meters in about 1 minute. And we now have a new leader. Lithuania takes the lead.
Beautiful work on Lithuania's side. They are really doing their best. It seems like the Republic of South Africa is struggling a little bit with the wind strength, but Lithuania are doing their very best and they're making the lead. That's what they've done. Really good job.
Unbelievable how fast things can change. We were just talking about those wind shifts, as though it's been really shifty, oscillating conditions. So oscillating meaning that it's going from left to right, but it's always going back to the center. So sometimes we'll get some big right-hand shifts, but then we'll get some big left-hand shifts. And as long as it's stable while it's doing that, then it's good, clean, fair racing. Obviously, if we have too big of a change, then the race committee will have to cancel the race, and unfortunately, well, then that race won't count. But it looks like right now, Lithuania is now in the lead, 164 meters in the lead. So they've just caught up in about 2 to 3 minutes, over 700 meters, close to 800 meters that they've caught up and passed the Republic of South Africa. It's a tough break for South Africa. Big game of snakes and ladders, but anything can happen. We still have to go downwind, and we could have exactly the same situation on the downwind. So it ain't over till it's over. Team South Africa in second place right now. Lithuania back in first. We are 250 meters away from the weather mark, and we still have to see those spinnakers come up. Anything could happen. Pressure's on Lithuania right now, so we'll see what happens. They're going back off to the right. Lithuania just tacked right now, so we should be seeing that gap that's going to get closer between South Africa and Lithuania. There we go. It's dropping right now. You can see in the background South Africa right now. Lithuania attacking, only 90 meters in it right now, and still dropping 80 meters distance with the Republic of South Africa. Now South Africa will have to do another tack unless a massive right-hand shift comes in at the weather mark. We'll see what happens. But for the time being, it's looking like Lithuania is laying the weather mark.
Yeah, it's not only the wind shifts that are happening, but it's also the wind gusts. They can make a difference. You maybe don't see it on the tracker. The boat still goes forward the same way, but when the wind gust comes, the boat goes faster, and that's what probably helped Lithuania as well. And that's why they are making now the first mark. They are going down.
Interesting. Look at that. They are putting up the spinnaker right at the weather mark, and now they can do that. That is totally allowed. We see the referee on the right-hand side right there on his little motorboat, and photographers here right in front of us. So we've got everybody's up at that weather mark. It looks like the wind has shifted sufficiently that they're able to put up the spinnaker at the weather mark. You would generally see them sailing a beam reach from the weather mark to the offset, but wind has shifted sufficiently for them to put up the spinnaker. Here we go, South Africa at the weather mark as well, putting up their spinnaker. I just saw in the background Lithuania putting in a jibe. And it's a good hoist from the Republic of South Africa. Breathing down their neck is the Czech Republic. Czech Republic is going to cover South Africa. It's a powerful position for the Czech Republic right there. That's where you want to be. Ian Ainsley is getting covered. The Czech Republic is going out, is covering South Africa. Difficult decision for South Africa now. If South Africa can't keep that spinnaker inflated, it's going to be difficult for them to make a clean jibe. Let's see what happens.
Right now it's very crucial for both crews because they are in a wind shadow, and that's something
South Africa
you don't
looks like
want
they're
to.
stopped right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like they're stopped.
So they did a jibe, and they
Yeah, well, that was because we saw they were going down. As they were going down, before they were jibing, they were covered by the Czech Republic, and so therefore their sails and their spinnaker, we saw it just deflated. It makes it hard to jibe, hard to bring the spinnaker around, but certainly the biggest problem is that now you've stopped your boat, and you've got to get it picking back up again. So, Republic of South Africa putting in a jibe. It was slow, difficult. They were being harassed by the Czech Republic. Czech Republic very happy. They're keeping on going, keeping their speed up. Tactically speaking, a right-hand shift as you're going up the wind, you want to be going down the left-hand side. So, tactically speaking, the Czech Republic, by choosing the left-hand side, perhaps is making the correct tactical decision. Now that's why they would be wanting to go all the way over there. And we'll see what happens as both the boats come back together. Take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen. These are the projected results and points currently, if they were to cross the finishing line right now in this order. We would have Lithuania and South Africa qualified onto the next round, and the Czech Republic and Oman disqualified. Now, however, this is not the last race. This is race number 3. We are going to be racing tomorrow, but tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, very exciting. Make sure that you keep on watching tomorrow, because tomorrow each race will count double in points. So you can imagine what would happen if the Czech Republic wins tomorrow and either one of Lithuania or South Africa were to lose. We could have, I mean, you guys take out your calculators and you do the math, but anything could still happen at this point. We still have one more race. That last race is double in points. So, very interesting. South Africa apparently has found some wind. They have some pressure. There it is. We see they have a little bit of heel. Yes, the crew is on the leeward side of the boat, helping that boat to heel. Negative. They are on the windward side of the boat, so that's even better. If they're on the windward side and we are getting some, and the boat is heeling, then that means we got some pressure. There are our wonderful photographers. One of our photographers right there in the boat. I don't know what he's doing. It looks like a selfie stick. or something. Just amazing pictures. I've been seeing pictures of both of them. Just really great pictures that they've been doing for both of us.
As you can see, they are going downwind. They are trimming down the spinnaker. It is not like you set the sails and just go. No, you have to always make sure they are correctly aligned with the wind. And that's what the Lithuanian team is doing right now. They are checking the spinnaker. It's all right, or if it needs to be trimmed, they are getting ready, because Republic of South Africa is really making closer and closer to them, and they are trying to keep that position in front, which they got going upwind. And it looks like they are making it working. 70 meters in front of Republic of South Africa and going steady down to the finishing line.
Yeah. We see 64 meters between the two boats right there. Republic of South Africa putting the pressure on. They are currently right now in a good, powerful position. They could cover Lithuania and perhaps get past them right here. 47 meters. That would be good redemption on Lithuania that came back from 600 meters behind. I can tell you South Africa right now, very concentrated, trying to steal the wind from Lithuania. We are 500 meters away from the finishing line, ladies and gentlemen. We do have some pressure again. Very light race, very difficult, very shifty. But here we are. After 42 minutes of racing, we are 500 meters away. Republic of South Africa now putting the pressure on Team Lithuania. Team Lithuania looking for a win. Currently, if they win this, they will be tied with the Republic of South Africa at 10 points. We're 400 meters away from them finishing. Big concentration as we see the Republic of South Africa right there surfing the waves, trying desperately to catch up and steal the wind of Team Lithuania, where we can see the buoy of the finishing line in the background. So we are very, very close, 320 meters away, only 44. What's going on here? Looks like a jibe from Team South Africa and a covering jibe from Team Lithuania just before they get to the finishing line. It's getting really close. You know it's close because the umpires are coming in, sneaking in, seeing if there are any rules that are being broken. 200 meters from the finishing line. Republic of South Africa right now trying to cover Lithuania. 190 meters to go. Not much wind. The boats are rather slow, but they're both slow, so it's an equal game for the both of them. Look at the concentration on Ian's body language right there. They're going to have to put in another jibe. What is going to happen now? 150 meters left. Anything could happen. Remember, jibing big spinnakers like this with little amount of pressure, it's very difficult. On the left-hand side right there, you see the buoy of the finishing line. They will have to put in that jibe. Let's listen in.
And they are doing the jibe super close, but it seems like Lithuania
looks like South Africa is now, they've managed to put up this spinnaker for South Africa. They've got more pressure in their spinnaker, covering Team Lithuania. 70 meters away from the finishing line and only meters in it. We're 44 minutes into the race. We're trying to be at 45 minutes. The race committee has set up a wonderful race course. We are completely on target time. And there we go. Lithuania manages to take a win. That's 10 points in total for them on the leaderboard. It's a tie between South Africa and Lithuania. Good job. Congratulations. Wow, what an intense last race. It was never ending.
Beautiful.
The last 150, the longest 150 meters we've had all week. What a race. Lithuania coming back at the last weather mark from 600 meters back. And only 7 seconds in it from a Republic of South Africa coming back. What a race. How exciting is this? Not much wind, but wow, what an exciting race. And here comes the guys from the short team right there. That is Mr. Juan Capa that you're seeing at the back. He is the big boss of the short crew, and that's his boat. He's taking care of that baby right there. Is that the Czech Republic that we just saw? And there it is. Czech Republic, ladies and gentlemen, has just crossed the finishing line. They don't look super happy right there.
You know, if you take the points into account, you cannot be really that happy. There have been different opportunities. You could see that during Upwind, but Lithuania and Republic of South Africa just did slightly better job, and that resulted in a third place.
Well, yes, it resulted in a third, but a third is better than a fourth. So let's try to stay positive. Remember, tomorrow is the last day, race number 4. Everything will count, double in points. It's going to be.
It's definitely going to be a match, and it's
going to be a battle out there. It's going to be quite literally a life or death battle.
Exactly, there will be definitely that battle, and they'll go strong for it.
Yeah. So really interesting. There we go. Short team hopping on right there, coming in with the green rib. As we see our transport team, Team Bulgaria, which is switching onto the boat. And now we have the Lithuanians are leaving their boat and giving the winning boat off to Team Bulgaria right there. Team Bulgaria also in a position where they need to score some points. They're a little bit frustrated. I spoke with them this morning. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We still have one team that needs to cross, and that is Team Oman. Oh, and there they go. They have crossed the finishing line. So Team Oman crosses the finishing line. They're putting in their spinnaker right now. 4th place for them today. A little bit frustrating, difficult conditions. These guys are used to sailing in wavy conditions. However, they generally have wind where they're coming from. So
those conditions with a low wind and big waves, super difficult for I think everyone on this field.
Yeah, absolutely. Lithuania right here are the race results. So this was race number 3 in this fleet number 4. We are halfway through the day. We still have 2 more fleets. As you see, Lithuania with 4 points, South Africa with 3, Czech Republic with 2 points, and Oman with 1. And now let's take a look at what is the overall results after 3 races. We saw the projected results as we were racing, and that is exactly it. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Lithuania tied for first place with South Africa. As it stands right now, the Czech Republic and Oman, Czech Republic with 6 points and Oman with 4. In the current standings, as it goes right now, they would be disqualified and not go on to the next round. But race number 4 is tomorrow. It's double in points. Anything can happen. You saw it today. A huge remontada from Lithuania, which came back 600 meters from behind and to a 150-meter lead at a certain point. So anything can happen.
It was a huge jump for Team Lithuania, and they really made that work. So let's see tomorrow for double points.
Exactly. We'll see tomorrow. Jacob, thank you very much for coming in and co-commentating with me. Let me just remind you who it was. Jacob Dobry, the pitman on Czech Republic. He is number 3. And as we are waiting for the teams to hop onto the boat and get ready for our 3rd race of the day, Jacob, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for watching. We will see you after this very short break.
main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are about to get race number 3, third race of the day for fleet number 1 underway. But before we get out onto the water, let's hear the national anthems of the teams that will be racing right now.
faltemos al voto solemne que de la patria eterna. Que faltemos al voto solemne que de la patria eterna.
¡Viva el Perú! ¡Viva!
Those were the national anthems of the 4 teams that are currently out on the water. Before we go out onto the water, let's take a look here at the match board of this SSL Gold Cup Final Series. All the way on the left-hand side of the screen right here, we have fleet number 1, which is at the very top. Tahiti, Bulgaria, Peru, Slovenia. They are out on the water right now. And let's take a look here at, we will take a look at the team comparisons. And here you are, the team comparisons, starting off with top left of your screen is Team Tahiti, the Black Pearls, SSL ranked number 70th, weighing in at 722 kilos. Team captain right there is number 1, Teva Plichard. This team has been sailing and has absolutely demonstrated how it was done yesterday. It'll be exciting to see what they do on the water today. On the right-hand side is Team Bulgaria, the Lions. SSL ranked number 63 with the lightest team of the day, 642 kilos. Team captain number 10, Yavor Kolev. On the bottom left-hand side of your team is Team Peru, the Paracas Warriors. They are SSL ranked number 36, weighing in at 724 kilos. Team captain number 10, Stefano Pesquera. And on the bottom right is Team Slovenia, Krpani 860, SSL ranked number 29, team weight 714 kilos, and the team captain is number 9, Vasilis Bogar. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the teams, and let's take a look at the provisional overall as it's standing right now after 2 races. Tahiti is in first place. You see there is a 3 with a little star next to it. That should have been a 4. They have finished twice in first place. Unfortunately, they were given a penalty and had lost a point. So they have 7 points instead of 8. In place number 2 is Slovenia. They have 5 points, finishing once in third and once in second. Beneath them is Team Peru. Team Peru, notice how they have a 0 on the board and they have a 3. So Team Peru right there finishing second yesterday, and unfortunately there was a piece that broke on their boat on the first day and they were not able to finish, therefore getting 0 points. So real tough break for them. The pressure is on. Fourth place, we have Team Bulgaria with equally 3 points. So 2 teams that are tied in the back of this fleet, both with 3 points. That's after 2 races. This is about to be race number 3. And we'll find out what this race will bring and how the point standing will be at the end of this. Currently right now, the weather forecast is a very small 5 knots wind direction at 045, and it is mostly sunny, slightly overcast right now, and a wonderful 24 degrees. And I could tell you it is 24 degrees and it is humid down here. We are at 3 minutes and 51 seconds before the start. We perhaps will show you the race course. Here we go. Race course. Everybody gets off the start, zigzags all the way up to the weather mark, and then goes around the offset mark, back around, jibing downwind, going through the gates. They can go either left or right. You go back upwind to the weather mark, the offset mark, and then down through the finishing line. So 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Our match officials are down on the bottom right-hand side. Our regatta director right there, Mr. Paul Hutton, Ash Kenny. And our principal race officer, Ricardo Navarro. As jury, we have the chairman, Andres Pokski. We have Gonzalo Heraidia and Paco Guinero. So we have quite a bit of a jury out there. You have to know this jury. This is an international jury. This jury is the jury that is at the Olympic Games. So we have some very, very high-level juries that are out on the water today. Here we are on board with Team Tahiti. So far, they've only been at the top of the podium. Yesterday, putting in a show, a spectacle of a show. Just some classic sailing. You could watch the race, and that would be a sailing lesson in and of itself, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what Tahiti is going to do. What's really interesting is you see we have these onboard cameras, and the sound is as good as the images. We can hear exactly what they're talking about. So we'll try to get some of that on board. And if you hear me all of a sudden stop talking, it's because there's something going on board, and trying to pay attention, figure out what's going on. So this is Team Peru right there, the Paracas Warriors. Team captain right there, number 10. Last week he won the Pan American Games. He won gold. Oh, protest. 1 minute, 20 seconds before the start, and we have a protest. Now let's see what's going to be happening. Let's see what has been given. I don't know. Let's see what's going on. Apparently, a decision was made. I don't know exactly what happened. It looks like there was an incident between Bulgaria and Peru. Perhaps. Not quite sure. 40 seconds. Wow, look at that. That's just it's getting crazy out there. Everybody's jostling for position. That's no, we are on board with Bulgaria. That was Slovenia. Looks as though we have there are perhaps some penalties that are going on. We are just about to get ready for the start. Bulgaria has got position at the race committee. There's the race committee right there. And that's the start, ladies and gentlemen. Team Bulgaria. And look who's coming up behind. That's Team Tahiti right there. Coming in out of nowhere with more speed than everybody, getting on top of Bulgaria. So Bulgaria just barely getting started. They have less speed than Tahiti, and Tahiti is now covering Bulgaria. Tough spot for Bulgaria. Bulgaria is going to try to stay. Looks like Bulgaria is trying to stay close to the wind, defending their position, but it's not going to work. They are getting taken over by Tahiti. Difficult start now for Bulgaria. Even though they were on the line, the timing was great. They really need to bear away and get some speed. They're still in it. Bulgaria is not out. They're managing to pick up their speed. It's a drag race right now. It's a drag race. They really need to go as fast as they can. We don't see Bulgaria anymore out of the picture. It looks like Tahiti has managed to cast a wind shadow over top of them. And now Bulgaria is in a difficult position. They will need to tack behind Tahiti, but they can't because there is not enough distance between the two boats. Unless they can create a little separation between Tahiti and Bulgaria, we'll see what happens. Now, let's take a look at Peru. Peru in that very desperate position where they were second place yesterday. They got no points on the board on the first day, and look at them right now. Aggressive sailor. I mean, that's what I expect out of Stefano Pesquera. This boy has been twice to the Olympics, and he just qualified himself not too long ago for the 2024 Paris Olympics. So we have an Olympic sailor at the helm. Olympic sailor right there at the helm. He's sitting down, leeward side. And he's out in front. He's showing everybody how it's been done. Now this is, we've just gotten started. Anything could still happen. We saw in the last race a remontada from Team Lithuania against the Republic of South Africa, coming up 600 meters from behind to first place and then winning. That was a very, very exciting race. So Peru currently out in front, Tahiti in second, Bulgaria in third, Slovenia off to the right in fourth place, 390 meters down. Anything can happen. Let's listen in. They're about to tell. Nice little pump there, getting the boat flat again. They do seem to have a little bit of pressure. Looks very nice. The boat is it's got some speed. It looks like we have a little bit more pressure than on the last race. Now the pressure has sort of been up and down. I know that the race course was moved slightly, so we had to wait just a little bit longer between the two, between the last race and this one. Good to see the whole crew right there sitting on the side of the boat. That means that we've got some pressure, we've got a little bit more wind, and great to see that. We still have a little bit of that swell. And I say little, but we're talking at least a good 1.5 meters of swell. Now we do see Slovenia down about 400 or 500 meters. But remember, Peru and Tahiti will have to tack over. And we'll see what's happening. We can already get a good indication of what's going on as we see Team Bulgaria, which has just tacked, and how they're going to cross with Team Slovenia. Difficult position right here for Team Peru because they cannot tack. If they tack currently, it will be a port and starboard situation with Tahiti, and they will have to do a penalty 360. So for the time being, Peru being pushed out to the left-hand side.
Si cruza yo iría, y es un negado. Y te va a caer la presión por barro de mala. ¿Listo para virar en tres?
Okay, the boat is sufficiently behind them. This should do it. They should be able to attack now with attack and avoid that port and starboard situation. Now this is critical, really important here for Peru. Let's get that pumping, boys. Every little thing counts. Oh, they're having a hard time getting that boat to accelerate. Looks like Tahiti, either Tahiti is tacking or it's going to be a port starboard situation. Kind of looks like right there Tahiti is tacking. So both boats tacking. A lot less pressure here. Tahiti and Peru. And they don't have any wind. Going very, very slow. Now, this is very good for Bulgaria and Slovenia. Now just look at the top left-hand side of your screen. We see Bulgaria and Slovenia. They're coming up fast, and they're on starboard. They were 500 meters behind. Now they're only 250, getting down to 240. It's a remontada from Bulgaria and Slovenia. They're going to be coming up together, and we'll see what happens as soon as they cross. Bulgaria is now coming back. Will it be a little bit? It seems as though they have taken a good advantage, but they are also going to fall into that low pressure. They have the right of way here. Bulgaria, are they going to protest against Tahiti? Did Tahiti make it? It looks like it's okay. No protest from Bulgaria. That was a real close one for Tahiti right there. But Slovenia going out to the right first. Look at them, 170 meters for Slovenia. That was out on the right. All these three boats have no more pressure. It looks like they're not moving forward anymore. Team Slovenia has come back from 500 meters behind to 150 right now. If they manage to stay in the pressure, it looks like it's stabilizing at 150 meters. So, big snakes and ladders here on this very first leg. Remember, this is race 3 for our fleet number 1. Very, very important. First time that we see right now Tahiti sort of on the back of the chart right here. They are now in 4th place. Tahiti has always been in 1st place for these races. Now the pressure is on the others, and it looks like they're performing. I was speaking with Team Bulgaria, and Team Bulgaria quite frustrated. They were telling me that, well, you know, you have to understand something. Bulgaria was not qualified for the finals, but they were picked. 2 teams were not able to make it, and Bulgaria, because they had the most amount of points of the teams that were not qualified, were invited to come to the finals. Now, they were told this only days before the competition. So they've put together a crew, a team, but it's not the team and the crew that they originally had on the boat. Now, we're not making any excuses, but that's the reality. Now, they've taken sailors that are very good at what they do, but it's a difficult situation for them, not because the sailors that have come on have less experience. It's just a question that on a boat when you need 9 people to be working together, some of these guys, it's the first time they're on the boat. So it's really difficult, or they're doing new positions. So we have some of the old guys, or maybe I shouldn't say old, but some of the guys that have a little bit more experience and that participated in the qualification series that are on the boat, and we have some sailors that are discovering this boat out. Like we said, for many other teams, these teams do not get practice time. They did get some practice time before the qualification series, but since the qualification series, no team has been allowed to practice on these boats. Now, that is one of the reasons why it's a little bit, they're sort of having to play catch up. But look who the leader is now. We talk about Bulgaria, and Bulgaria is now out in front. So I know that they were having big debriefings. I was talking to them this morning before they went out on the water, and really I think they spent a large majority of the evening last night getting back together, putting a game plan in, and going over who has to do what on the boat. And they did their homework, and it's paying off. 900 meters to go. Bulgaria is in the lead with a small lead, but a lead in any case, 35 meters in front of Peru. Peru has also got a lot of pressure, bringing in 0 points for that first race. I know it's behind us. We don't want to talk about it anymore, but that's the reality, and those 0 points are going to stay on the leaderboard until the end. So, lots of pressure for these 2 top teams. Tahiti, a little bit less pressure. They're at the top of the leaderboard currently. They can afford to not be in first place, but I'll tell you what, they definitely don't want to be in last place. You know, That's sort of the thing. When you've been in first place, you have the pressure. Now, whether that be the pressure to stay in first place, or whether that be you getting comfortable. And sometimes being a little uncomfortable is good for racing. In any case, we can say many things. It's only leg number 1. We have 4 legs on this race. We are 670 meters away from the Windward buoy, and is looking like we are about to tack. Attack is imminent, as they are getting closer and closer to the ley line. We see Bulgaria looking around. Here we go. Getting that boat speed up. They really need to get that boat speed up. You see them staying down to leeward. It's really looking like it's lighter winds. All right, just did a little pump right there. We see the skipper coming back up. A little bit more pressure. So difficult for Bulgaria. It looks as though Peru is now in the lead. Peru has come back. Bulgaria is on the left-hand side of your screen back there. Very difficult to see what's going on. We're kind of seems as though there is a right-hand shift. Now it's difficult. I can tell you that that tracking, that green line from Bulgaria, that cannot be correct, or the shift would be too big. Right now, let's take a look. Definitely we are having a right-hand shift. Look at Tahiti, which is on the right-hand side. Tahiti may have seen the shift coming. They are 150 meters behind. But look at the distance. Distance is dropping from Tahiti, which is on a starboard tack. 135 meters. 125. We should be seeing Tahiti, Peru, Slovenia, all coming together here very, very shortly. Look to the right-hand side of your screen. We might see Tahiti. Nope, Tahiti. Tahiti, we are on board with Tahiti right here. And they have just tacked. There we go. We see all the teams. So, snakes and ladders. It's been like this all day. This is the third race of the day. This is race number 3 for fleet number 1. I hope you understand what that means. So, let's talk about what exactly that means. We have 4 races. This is the 32nd of the finals. Each one of these fleets will be doing 4 races. So we have 4 fleets. We have 4 teams in each fleet. And each fleet will be racing 4 races. Now, tomorrow is the 4th day of racing. So tomorrow we'll be racing the 4th race. And that race is double in points. But right now, in first place, you get 4 points. Tomorrow, if you get first place, you'll get 8 points. So tomorrow will be a big, big day. And if the teams are very close, it's anyone's game to get qualified. Only the top 2 teams of each fleet will be qualified to the 16th of the finals, which will be happening, which will be start taking place at the end of next week. We're on board right there with Team Tahiti. As you can see, everybody is getting closer and closer to the ley line. To that right ley line. We'll see if they can lay and see what is going to be happening between Slovenia and Tahiti. Will Slovenia be able to pass in front of Tahiti and tack on top of them? Or will they tack underneath them? No, they are not. It looks as though Slovenia is going beneath Tahiti. So Tahiti right now is coming back up. Looking like Tahiti is in the lead. That's Slovenia right there, passing right behind them. Oh, I just heard something about current. Okay, so I heard something on board. I just heard something on board. They're talking about current. So to me, oh, petite risée qui arrive, you know, that means that we have a little bit of a puff coming up. Little puff coming up. A little bit of current. Looks like the current is against them.
Les gars, on bouge doucement s'il vous plaît, c'est très lent et ça arrive très lentement.
So he just said, guys, move slowly, be careful. No elephant feet on this boat. It's going very slowly. The puff is coming very slowly. So being very delicate. These boats are carbon fiber boats. Everything on this boat is carbon fiber, and the smallest of movements makes a difference. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, right there. That's the Windward mark. They're about to bear away. You see how delicately they're walking around. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and that's taking out the bowsprit right there and hoisting the spinnaker. It's a good hoist for Team Tahiti. Oh, very interesting as how he releases the short sheet as he is taking down the jib right there. Really interesting. Obviously, we see that the wind has changed direction slightly. Here we go. Team Slovenia about to get ready for their hoist. A little more excitement on this boat. And it's a good hoist. The hoist is good. The spinnaker's not full. All right, then jib's coming down real quick. Looks very low. Were they trying to have a port starboard situation here with Tahiti? Tahiti, as you saw, jibing right in front of Team Slovenia. So interesting here. Oh! Oh, penalty. Penalty for Tahiti. Oh, did that port and starboard situation happen? Perhaps we were talking about Slovenia just a second ago trying to do a port and starboard situation on Tahiti. Now Tahiti, yep, they're going to have to do their penalty turn. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They are now putting up the jib. I just heard it. They're putting up the jib. And probably spinnaker down. Yes, spinnaker down for Team Tahiti. They're luffing. Here we go. They're doing their penalty turn for a port and starboard situation. taking it easy. Right now we have Slovenia that's coming back. They have to do their penalty turn, but they cannot get in the way of Slovenia, which means that they're doing a small turn. There we go. We're doing a small broach here in order to be able to make their turn. They've only done attack for the time being. 360 is constituted of attack and a jibe. So here we go. Now they're going to bear away. They have to jibe, otherwise it's not going to count. Look at Team Tahiti in the background. There we go. That's the jibe. Penalty is done. They're now back in third place. Spinnaker is going to go back up. They're probably going to jibe one more time. Or are we going to see a Sambuca just after? It looks like it, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Sambuca penalty, and Sambuca, Team Tahiti showing how it's been done. That is a very, very, very difficult maneuver right there. Oh, wow, and all of that while doing their 360, having to avoid two boats, Slovenia and Peru. Oh, look at that. There it is. Slovenia and Peru, you could tell that that is a super difficult maneuver that they've had to do. They had to keep the pressure on, and on top of it, they managed to do a Sambuca to hoist the the spinnaker back up. I'm losing my words. I'm getting so excited around here. That was unbelievable. That's terrible news for Tahiti, but wow, what a maneuver. I think if there's definitely one boat that can pull that off, it's going to be Tahiti. I cannot explain to you how difficult it is to do what Tahiti just did. They just dropped their spinnaker, did a 360, avoided two boats, put their spinnaker back up, and Sambuca, bam, back on port tack. That is really difficult. So congratulations. I think they should probably get some points just for that maneuver right there. That was just unbelievable. Anyway, let's look here. What's going on right now? So we have Slovenia. Slovenia managed to get that port and starboard situation and push Tahiti back to third place. Peru is just hanging out behind Slovenia, waiting for their opportunity to get a first place. They got second yesterday. They're looking for a first place. Slovenia was last yesterday. They are super frustrated, or they were third, I believe, yesterday. Really frustrated. This team is not a beginner's team. Every single one of the people that's sailing on that Slovenian boat right now has a world championship titles. Some of them have been to the Olympics. So the level on this, and where the team captain has been 3 times to the Olympics, and he 3 times to the Olympics, and 3 times he's won a medal. So, you know, these are not beginners here on the Slovenian boat. Probably have the most amount of medals and world championship titles is on the Slovenian boat. However, we have seen Tahiti. They don't have as many medals on their boat, but they've been sailing the best so far. Now they're having a really difficult race right now. But listen, this is like 2 of like 4. So we are not even halfway down. We still have to get down to the gates, and we'll see what happens when we get down there. We could have a lot more drama as we get down to the gates. We have guys on the leeward side of that Peruvian boat. Very light conditions. Again, crew placement, so crucial. Team Slovenia still out in front. You can look at the concentration right there on the spinnaker trimmer.
Nice pressure, holding this.
Very interesting to hear what they're saying. We just heard nice pressure.
Pressure holding.
Pressure holding. So what does that mean? That means that they're getting a little bit of wind. They've been able to touch a little bit of wind, and it's putting more pressure into the sail. which means that if there's more pressure into the sail, they can actually bear away and go closer to the downwind gate.
It's on us. It's on us.
That's what we call VMG, velocity made good. So that's what we want. Here we go. Jibe. Oh, that was fast. You saw that right there, number 6. He wasn't fast enough, or rather, he wasn't in sync with the other grinder. And when that happens, there's just no way you can grab back onto those handles. So he just let go, and he let him grind. The speed at which he was grinding was just unbelievable. So just a good demonstration right there. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, but hey, you know what? That happens. Sometimes your hand just slips off of the winch handle. Yeah, it's not easy. But small, little bit of small amounts of wind, big maneuvers, lots of pressure. I mean, Slovenia, they really want to do good. I know they weren't really satisfied with the way they were sailing in the beginning. These guys are, like I said, real high level on that boat. And I mean, you don't become world champion because you accept to be in second place. So these guys are out here. They've got the knife between the teeth, and they're out here to get it in first place. So everyone in this fleet is really interesting. Everyone in this fleet has something to prove. Bulgaria getting pulled in at the last minute, asking to come and sail just a couple days before the event. So they're out here to show that it's not just luck. The reason they were chosen was because they had the most amount of points of the teams that weren't qualified. And Tahiti right here sailing a real clean race. No, this is Bulgaria, but Tahiti sailed a great race. Peru having issues in the beginning. Like I said, the captain of the Peruvian team right there. Been twice to the Olympics, just qualified to go to Paris in 2024. Last week, he won the Pan American Games in Chile. So, there's a lot of pressure. These guys really want to show what they're made up of, and I think this fleet right here is a tough fleet to be in. It's 360 meters until we get down to the leeward gates. Slovenia out in front, 270 meters. Tahiti only about 40-50 meters behind them. Look at that. Slovenians, difficult to keep that spinnaker from flapping around in those waves. Just not much wind. We see number 1 laying out in front. Really, he's not taking a rest. He's out in front. He really needs to be putting that weight out front and lift the back of that boat out of the water. Vasilis Bogar, team captain, number 9 right there. He was just in our picture. He's the main sheet trimmer. I can hear our race committee making sound signals to the competitors, which indicates that there has been a change of course. So I expect to see some information about change of course here. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Charlie minus green. So that means change of course. They're going to shorten it, and green is going to turn to the right-hand side. So the wind has shifted right, as we've seen many times, many shifts here in the last couple races. And drop for Slovenia. Oh, spinnaker slightly in the water. That is no good if the spinnaker is on the right-hand side there. That's no good. If it were on the left-hand side, maybe you'd say, okay, it's about to go in, but okay, doesn't look so bad. It looks like they still got some speed. So obviously that spinnaker did not have too much of an effect on them. All right, okay, that was a good drop ball. We've seen all the issues that we've seen with the team so far with spinnakers. It's just dropping too late. Now, let's take a look at Peru, because yesterday they dropped the spinnaker on the wrong side of the boat and they had all sorts of issues at the weather mark. Let's see what's happening. Okay, it looks like, okay, correct. Yes, they have dropped it on the left-hand side, on the port side. So that's a good drop and a fast one at that too. Looking very good for Team Peru. Oh, but they've lost a little bit of speed. I see a swimmer in the water. And no, that is not somebody from Team Peru. That right there is our photographer, Gilles Morel, who has decided to hang out in the water at the Leeward Gate. Very, very interesting. He's going to be taking underwater pictures. Oh, I cannot wait to see those pictures. Here we go, Team Bulgaria. Putting in a jibe before they get to the Leeward Gate. Remember, we still have Team Tahiti that needs to get in right now. Let's get a clean windward drop. There you go, clean windward drop right there. What a good drop. Very good drop. Now, sometimes you see those grinders, they're going in one direction and then they'll go back in the other direction. So there's actually 3 speeds on those grinding pedestals. Let's listen in. There's our photographer, Gilles Morel, in the water. Don't worry, that is not a crew member. Okay, they're talking about the Cunningham for the jib, a little bit less Cunningham. So we see that they're trying to get a little bit more power out of that front sail. Trying to bust through those waves. Very smooth, not much talking going on in this boat. Looks good for Team Bulgaria. They really need to have a clean drop here for their spinnaker. Let's listen in to Team Bulgaria as they drop their spinnaker at the Leeward Gate. They're having issues. They're having issues. You see how hard those grinders are having to push? That's because they're in the top gear. They're in 3rd gear, and it should be going in. So, issues on that boat are bringing the spinnaker back down. This is the last time they'll be bringing the spinnaker down on the race. After this, they just go across the finishing line on the 2nd downwind. So, something was going on over there. I don't know what happened. But it doesn't matter. The spinnaker did not go into the water. They managed to put it on top of the deck, and that's a good job right there. It's really important that the pit person, the pit man, drops the spinnaker at the correct time. If the spinnaker is dropped too early, it'll go into the water. If the tack is not released early enough,
it'll also go into the water. And as a matter of fact, on Team Bulgaria, we have a pit woman. Her name is Ina Ilevia, and she participated in all of the qualifying series. She's actually a 470 specialist, and she's very recognizable with her orange hair. And she definitely did a really good job at making sure that spinnaker did not go into the water. Here we are on board with Team Slovenia. Looks very, very light. This is kind of scaring me. I have a feeling, I don't know, I have a gut feeling that race committee might they might cancel this one, because if the wind dies, we'll see what happens. The boats are still moving forward. We can still keep it going. Let's see what happens. That'll be a decision made by race committee. But ladies and gentlemen, don't be surprised if it happens. It could happen. We'll see what happens. For the time being, though, we are still racing, and we see here Team Slovenia out in front. Everybody has managed to get down to the leeward mark, has successfully passed the leeward mark. And now we're going back upwind. We are on leg two of 4, so we are more than halfway through. If you look top left of your screen right there, we have the projected results. So those current standings right now, if the teams were to finish in this position, Tahiti, Slovenia would be tied at 9 points. Peru and Bulgaria would be disqualified with 6 and 4 points. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is race 3. We still have one more race to do tomorrow. And it's not any race, it's going to be the last one, and the last races count double in points. So, right now, Slovenia, being out in front currently, is going to gain 4 points for first place, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. Tomorrow, if you finish first, it's not 4 points, it's going to be 8. So, anything could happen. Peru right now currently is out, but tomorrow, if they win and the others don't and they go back down to the last place, there is a possibility for Peru to be back into the game. So, very, very important for them that this race does not get canceled, that we continue in racing. And we've sort of seen it all day. The wind has been up and down, up and down, up and down. So this might just be a little lull in the wind pressure. Let's try to listen in to what's happening on Team Peru. Now let's talk a little bit about really interesting, if we can have that on board, looking back towards the main sheet cart. You see it's all the way up Windward, as opposed to Tahiti, which is a little bit lower. It looks as though Peru is trying to give a lot of twist in their sail. So having the main sheet track all the way up top and releasing a little pressure on the main sheet will make the boom go up, twist the sail, and make sure the wind is evacuating out of the back of that sail, especially on the top side. So really important that they're managing to get the wind to escape from those sails. So that was interesting how we saw that on Team Peru. And then right there, we were just watching Tahiti, and Tahiti, they seem to have a little bit more pressure on the boom and closing the back of the sail. There we go. Here is Team Slovenia. Same thing. You see the jib, the main sheet on the track is all the way up top. putting a lot of twists in their sail. We want that. You always want the boom to be in the middle of your boat as you're going upwind. So that's really important. If they were to have that track a little bit lower, then the boom would be further down. Now that being said, they don't want to pull too hard on the sail. We don't want the sail to close too much in the back. We really want that air to be able to escape out of the back. Laminar flow, that's what we want. And it looks like that's what they're doing right here. So very interesting. We were talking earlier, they were talking about the jib Cunningham also as they were releasing that. Very interesting to see classic sails, classic cloth sails like this, where they can really change the shape of the sails, and we can see there's a different ways of setting up their sail. There you go, you see, releasing a little bit of pressure right there on the main sheet, putting that boom down in the middle, and right here where the camera is set, I can tell you the camera is set right in the middle of the boat. So, all right, you can see it on the pedestal right there, just above the H of Harkin. That is our camera right there. Great view. Looking at the shape of the sail right there, you see he's just making sure those tails are flying. And so they're really looking at, what the wind is telling them. Now there's not much wind. We're keeping it going. There's only 15 meters in it. Again, we're looking at a right-hand shift here. We see Team Slovenia is on the right, Peru is on the left. They're coming up to the mark, only 115 meters left to go to the mark. Now, when we were at the leeward gate, you heard all that beeping and honking from race committee. They told us we were having a Charlie minus green. Now, what does that mean? That means that when we get up here, we'll see that pink buoy, which means that they're going to have to do a lot of maneuvers all at once. Potential catastrophe. So, bear away, hoist, and dropping of the jib. Having a hard time setting that spinnaker. Spinnaker still not full. And there it is. There it is. So difficult. Very difficult. Difficult for them to be able to get that spinnaker full and carrying. Uh-oh, let's make sure they don't touch the leeward. Make sure they don't touch the mark. It's going to be a close one right there. Okay, looks good. Now it's going to be bear away, hoist, and drop. Got a great view here of the boat behind. Looks like Peru is doing a pretty good job, but are they going to get covered by Tahiti? Tahiti is going to do it again. Tahiti's got the jib in the water. And Peru putting in a jibe, an immediate jibe. Putting in an immediate jibe right there, making sure that they don't get covered by Tahiti. And it looks like that was a good set and a good jibe by Peru. Peru, 46 seconds behind Slovenia at that top mark. Tahiti, only 5 seconds behind Peru. So, very, very close. Tahiti breathing down the neck of Peru. Peru feeling the pressure. The psychological pressure, that is. Because in terms of wind pressure, it's very, very light out there. We are very happy to see that this race will continue. It looks good. Looks like the pressure has come back. I was a little bit scared at one point here because it is so important for all these guys to be sailing. And I think that Bulgaria just went out a little bit too far off to the left, and they got stuck in a wind hole. No wind over there, and they got stuck, and I put some far behind. Right now, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, and they haven't made it to the Windward mark yet. Very, very frustrating. We saw this yesterday with Bermuda. Got caught in a hole, no wind, and they lost just so much. It's just devastating to see that, you know, Bulgaria at one point was in the lead. Snakes and ladders. It hasn't stopped all day long. We still got one more race, and it's just going to be well, let's just say it's difficult. Let's just say it's difficult. Right here, Team Slovenia trying to keep that spinnaker up. And you know, what's really hard is they want to get down to the finishing line as fast as they can. So they have to go low, and by going low, oh, wait a second, this changes the whole game right here. Off to the right, you see Peru, which is now on top of Slovenia. So we have an attack from Peru on Slovenia. This is very good for Peru. Peru is just, oh, and it looks like Peru now is just about to take the lead. This is very, very good for Peru. This is exactly what they need. They need some points on the leaderboard. Look at Slovenia in the back, just completely stopped. Peru is taking their wind. You can tell their spinnaker just flapping. I would say flapping in the wind, but rather flapping with no wind. This is so difficult. It is mentally, it is just absolutely straining. All you want to do is just luff, keep that speed up. But I can tell you, it'd be better to be in Peru's shoes right now than in Slovenia's shoes. So there's a port starboard situation coming here with Tahiti out in front. Oh, looks like Slovenia is putting in a jibe right now. What is happening with Tahiti? We're going to be seeing Tahiti here right behind Peru. There's Tahiti right there. Tahiti now, they still have some speed. Peru has done a jibe, but now they've lost a lot of speed, and now it's Tahiti on top of Peru. Peru is now no wind for Peru. They are sitting ducks in the water. What a reversal of situation. Here comes Tahiti. Tahiti is coming up. Are they going to get the overlap? They are. I doubt they're going to keep going forward. Are they going to put in a jibe? Tahiti, what is going to happen here? Tactically speaking, what are they going to do? We now have 3 boats. They're all within one length of each other. Now, there are so many rules here right now that I cannot explain all of them. But let's put it this way. It's right now, more than the rules, it's a question of keeping those boats going. And out of nowhere, Tahiti comes back and is the leader. Oh, that was Slovenia was out in front. Peru attacks Slovenia. Slovenia falls back. Peru goes back to answer to Slovenia's jibe, and out of nowhere Tahiti comes out. They've got the speed. They pass through both those boats, between both those boats, and now Tahiti's out in front. Peru is still in second place. And Slovenia from first to third. This is the most exciting snills race I think I've seen in a long time. It really does make it very exciting. And let me tell you something. It doesn't matter if you win by half a meter or 500 meters. A win is a win, and the points are given out depending on how you finish. Yeah, you want to be wrapping that the correct way around that. Otherwise, that's not going to work so well. But a finish is a finish, and those points are given according to how you in what order you finish, not how much time is in between the boats.
Fais-le maintenant, exagère même. Combien de longueur du jibe, fils? Combien de longueur du jibe?
Let's listen in here for all our French viewers. Tahiti speaking in French. That concentration of Teva back there. There you have the tactician number 9 right there, moving his weight forward. He was telling Teva is the captain and the skipper, telling him tu peux glisser, which means basically you can bear away, use your speed to go down further. Right now there's a discussion between the skipper and the tactician. What are we gonna do? Are we going towards the committee? Or are we going towards the buoy? Shall we put in a jibe? So right now, you see the concentration on Teva's body language right there. He's in the most aerodynamic. He's in the zone. He's in the zone right now. He did a great job at coming back. Peru was in second place. They've now slid back to third. Really difficult for them to be able to keep calm. You see also good conversation. Oh no. For all you Spanish speakers, for everybody in Peru, here we go. Let's listen in a little bit to what they're saying. Want to say hi to all our Peruvian audience. I know you guys are a lot watching us. Thank you for getting up early in the morning. Yeah, it's frustrating right there. You can see that they're getting a little bit of pressure as the boats are starting to bear away. It kind of looks like the wind is shifting to the right. So very, very close between Slovenia, Tahiti, Peru back there. Peru should be, if the wind is coming from behind, theoretically they should be the first ones to catch that wind. It just looks like Tahiti and Slovenia right now are managing themselves to pull away from Peru. So it looks like Tahiti, Slovenia, they're in the pressure, and Peru just out of it. So right now it's looking like it's going to be a tough race between Tahiti and Slovenia. Here we go, jibe from Tahiti. Is this going to be the last one? Okay, good jibe from Tahiti. They've still got some speed. They've managed to get their speed. They've put Slovenia directly in their tracks. Now let's see what's happening. Slovenia coming back. They've got a little bit more speed. There we go. Tactician telling him the luff. And, you know, Tevar, he knows what that means. He means he's seeing that attack coming up from behind. There's the race committee boat. That's that small white boat right there. That's race committee. They need to get between that boat and a checkered white and black buoy on the right-hand side. Looking like Slovenia's got more speed right now. Will they have enough speed for Slovenia to be able to catch up to Tahiti? There's 100 meters left in it. It looks like Tahiti right now is having the luff. Slovenia is catching back up. There's so little wind right now, it won't take much. There it is. Slovenia is trying to steal the wind from Tahiti. Tahiti is going to have to put in another jibe. And Slovenia, are they going to follow? No, Slovenia is going to keep going. They're going to go on their momentum. Now, if Tahiti really needs to pick up the speed, if Tahiti doesn't pick up any speed here on this jibe, we could see Slovenia coming back to catch up to them. It's going to be tough for Tahiti. Tahiti does not have their spinnaker floating. Really, really difficult. Slovenia right now. Slovenia still has speed. There they are, Slovenia in the back, putting in a jibe. Tahiti is coming back. They saw that there was nothing they could do. They're almost stopping their boat. They're only meters away from the finishing line. This could be Slovenia. There's only a couple meters in it. Slovenia could be coming back. We're not seeing the whole picture right now. Well, I don't know what's happening. Oh, look at what's happened. There we go, there we go. Oh, it looks like Tahiti. Tahiti will cross the line in front of Slovenia. Wow, what a well, not a photo finish, but that was a real tight one. At one point there, I thought Tahiti was doomed. Oh, yeah. They can take a breath of fresh air right there. Oh, wow. Talking about how they're going to take the picture. I love it. All right, well, that's 3 wins for Team Tahiti right there. Very, very good. Very strong team. The only team for the time being to have 3 wins out of all fleets. So it looks like they are our #1 team for the time being. And here comes Slovenia. Slovenia only meters away, yet 30 seconds behind. It doesn't matter how far behind they are. They will get those 3 points. And oh, Team Peru, tough break for Team Peru. So close. So close. Look at the disappointment. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It is so hard. It is so hard. You fight so hard to get there, to get in front, and you got the lead. And oh, it's just real difficult. But remember Tahiti. Remember Tahiti at the first windward mark. Do you remember that they picked up a penalty? Slovenia did a port and starboard penalty on Tahiti. Tahiti had to take their spinnaker down, do a 360, put it back up, and then a sambuca, bam, off they went, and now they're winning. Wow, Tahiti is unbelievable. trying to get the sounds from on board. We have a race official that came up to Tahiti. I think.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Okay. So what's going on right there is I think the jury just came up to them. No advice given. I think perhaps just talking about that situation that happened up at the weather mark, and Tahiti saying thank you, you did a great job. Perhaps if they were in third place, they wouldn't be saying the same thing. But in any case, great sailing from Team Tahiti, coming back from behind. Just unbelievable what they're doing out on the water. My hat's off to them. That was just absolutely great sailing. Not to say Slovenia and Peru also did a great, fantastic job sailing. Peru was consistently up in second place, sometimes taking first. So Peru really up there. It was just such a really hard fight for these three teams. We are definitely seeing that the level of sailing between these three teams is just something else. Unfortunately, of these three teams, only two will be able to go through. So it's going to be very exciting tomorrow for our fourth race, which is going to count double in points, as we're just waiting for Team Bulgaria to go through. Team Bulgaria sort of getting stuck in a hole with no wind off on the left-hand side of the race course on the last upwind, and here they are coming back down. They've actually managed to catch back up to the others on the downwind, but too little too late. Team Bulgaria having a good race. They were really in it. They had a tough start, but then they managed to get back into it. They managed to get a good shift. They were on the correct side of the race course and managed to get back in first at a certain point. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Tahiti finishes first, second Slovenia, third Peru, and fourth in Bulgaria. Crossing the line right now, and that is a confirmed finish. So that was it for race number 3. Third race of the day, race number 3, fleet number 1. And there it is, 4 points for Tahiti, 3 for Slovenia, 2 for Peru, 1 for Bulgaria. The overall results are coming up now. There it is, Tahiti with 11 points with 3 wins. Should have been a 4, but they got a penalty on that first one. So 3 wins for Tahiti, 11 points, clearly out in front. Slovenia 8, Peru 5, Bulgaria 4. For the time being, it's Tahiti and Slovenia going through to the 16th of the finals, getting qualified. However, tomorrow, race number 4 will be count double in points. So make sure that you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and of course, Star Sailors League. You saw Gilles, he was out in the water taking pictures. I can't wait to see them. You guys, it'll be on there. We're gonna have some amazing pictures that are being taken consistently here with our photographs. We have 3 photographs. We have Martina Orsini. We've got some great pictures of her. She's we haven't seen her too much on the camera, but I can tell you she's out there and she's got some excellent pictures out there. Gilles Morel, that crazy guy out in the water doing anything to get a good picture. And Guidon Libera, who is our photographer over here. And so pretty much that's it, ladies and gentlemen. And right now we still have one more race, but as we're waiting for the teams to change out on the boats and to see what race committee has in store for us, we are going to take a break and we will be right back. So stick around.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone. We were going to start the fourth race of the day. As you saw in the last race, wind conditions were getting very, very light. So, race committee has taken the decision to do an AP over A, which means that there will be no more racing for the day. Unfortunately, that's it for us. You see it right there on the screen. That's the AP flag. That red and white striped flag right there over A. And that means that basically we are done for the day. Now, before we let you go, we will take a look at the scoreboards for each one of the fleets. And here we go, the provisional overall for fleet number 1. So, Tahiti winning every single one of their races. They have 11 points on the board. Slovenia has 8, Peru 5, Bulgaria 4. For the time being, as it stands, Tahiti and Slovenia are passing through. Now, remember, tomorrow is the last day of racing. All races count twice. Fleet number 2, Chile in first place, winning. So fleet number 2, that's why you only see 2 races, because this is the only fleet that has not been able to do their last race. So only 2 races for them. 2 races for them tomorrow, so they're going to have a big day. Chile currently leading with 8 points, Portugal 5, Estonia 3, and Cuba 3. So 2 races double in points. This fleet we're going to have to really keep an eye out for. And now, fleet number 3. Fleet number 3, Antigua, with Antigua, Ukraine, Malaysia, all tied for first place with 8 points. Bermuda is in the back with 6 points. There's only 2 points different between first and last place. So anything could happen in fleet number 3. They have raced 3 races, only 1 more race for them tomorrow, and 2 of them will be eliminated. Fleet number 4, Lithuania and South Africa are tied for first place with 10 points each. This fleet has raced 3 races. The Czech Republic and Oman have 6 and 4 points. So 6 for the Czech Republic, 4 for Oman. As it stands right now, Czech Republic and Oman are out. Lithuania and South Africa are in. Remember, tomorrow, last race, double in points. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. Thank you very much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock local time. Please do not forget to follow us. We are on social media, Facebook, Instagram, of course, YouTube. And make sure you go and check us out at Star Sailors League. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.